like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wise. And the hand that's in this, gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side, only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Call to the close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when my face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league, if you wanna get to me, I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Welcome back to day 32 of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. Once again, I'm Infinity and this is Autolus. We respawned from yesterday and we're back.
Wait, that doesn't sound right. Like
wait.
Did we
Okay.
just go to the gray screen and then just came back?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want to put it that way, then great. It's a wonderful time always having us here in WRL-A2, and again, this is going to be a very exciting day for Wild Rift fans all across the board because we do have intense series must-wins for sure for those teams that really wants to secure their playoff spot.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned about the must-wins and pretty much these series that we have for week 7 and even in the following week as well will be crucial, not just for these top teams, right? It will be really crucial for the teams that are on the middle spot, on the middle grounds of the leaderboards for CN and APAC.
You can just say, more on the, thick of the tides when it comes to the playoff race. They have more intense games overall because, those top teams, they are already secured of their playoffs. It's just, about playoffs positioning. Specifically, if we look at the CN conference, they have two powerhouse teams at the top, right? Esports and Thunder Talk, still almost identical. And record-wise, now we move over to the playoff race. And, just on top of my head, I really think that there are still 6 teams in contention for the top 7 and top 8 spot for CN. And yeah, that's the magic number, right? The magic number is 8. You need to be part of the top 8 for you to qualify yourselves into the playoffs if you are part of the CN teams.
Yeah, here we go, right? You mentioned this. Like, there are a lot of teams that are currently in contention of the top 8 spot of the CN conference. If you're looking at the standings, like, we're looking at 5 win, 5 losses for pretty much 3 teams. That's Nova, J-Team, and Woohoo Gaming. And for KBG and WBG, they're still in a little bit of in the Brink's edge of going into the gray zone or going into the top 9, top 11.
Yeah, they are definitely reachable if they go on a lose streak from here on out, chances are they will be relegated and eliminated out of playoff picture. And I cannot believe myself in saying that, because we know that Keep Best Gaming is the reigning defending champion for WRL-A1. And, to see them really struggle because of their coaching change is kind of expected, but, it's not at this level. JDG also, right? You failed to mention that JDG at number 10, if you look at their record, it's not too far, right? If they get to sweep their remaining games, there is still an opportunity for them to be part of the top 8 teams. And that's, the whole summary of how intense the battle is for the playoff spot here in the CN Conference.
Yeah, in addition to the teams that we talked about that are really close in contention of pretty much the top 4 to top 8 position, we also have Thunder Talk and Trace Esports currently on top, and EDG on the win streak. But looking at the flip side, APAC Conference.
APAC Conference still features the top 4 teams that has solidified themselves halfway through the season, right? They are not really looking back. We do have G2 Blacklist, KT.RY, and now sitting atop the standings. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports, they had a date against BRU just a couple of days ago, and we knew the outcome, and the outcome was Cerberus Esports winning against BRU, which puts BRU in a very awkward position. Chances are, if you look at this, the playoff picture is already set with the top 4 teams really joining the playoffs. Meanwhile, BRU, Fennel, Team Flash, and Invade is just fighting for the top 6 position.
Yeah, and looking at the very beginning of Wild Rift League Asia, this was one of the expectations, right? Now, G2 Blacklist, KT.RY, and NAS will be on contestation of pretty much the top 1, top 3 spot, because they are very consistent. Coming into Season 1, going into Season 2, they're really strong, right? Especially considering G2 Blacklist, they are the former runner-up of Season 1. But the change of pace, the change of the air that we're breathing right now in Season 2 is CES, going back into their form, like in the latter weeks of Season 2, now securing 4th spot, as you mentioned.
Which is definitely a welcome surprise for all the APAC fans out there, because we know that Vietnam as a region is a very strong League of Legends region, right? Not just in PC, but also in Wild Rift. Just a couple of months ago, or maybe over a year ago, they were heralded as the number 1 region from Southeast Asia. And now that Cerberus Esports has finally found their groove, they're now back into their old form, and they will be facing against a CN team today. So that being said, Infinity, do not be surprised if Cerberus Esports will be able to snag away, a win against one of the powerhouse in the CN Conference in Nova Esports.
Yeah, the champions for the Icons Global, beating them down. I think that's an opportunity, right? It's CES for the viewers watching at home that are quite new to Wild Rift Esports. Cerberus Esports way back in year 1, year 2, year 1 more specifically, have been so strong, if not the strongest team in Southeast Asia, and they're creeping themselves back into their old form. They're creeping themselves back into their OG stature in Southeast Asia. But looking back, coming into today, Nova CES batting at game number 1. Game number 2, it's KT.RY up against Bangkok Invade. And lastly, it's KBG up against WBG.
Bangkok Invade has remained winless all throughout the season. Do you think this will be the day that they will break through and finally snag a win against KT.RY? We saw Cerberus Esports. Oh no, it wasn't Cerberus Esports. It was Team Flash winning against KT.RY. So I don't want to close my book yet when it comes to match number 2, because unexpected things happen. But we move over to the lineup of Nova Esports, of course, the CN powerhouse that is struggling right now. They are currently struggling to find a playoff position, and they really have to win the rest of their series just to make sure that they will have a better chance overall. Yitse in the Baron lane, Long in the jungle, Neon and Remake and Yami rounds up the starting 5 for Nova Esports that has not been changed for like 1 year or more than 2 years now.
Yeah, the champions of Icons Global, pretty much a characteristic of this team is double down on Long and play for the patience game, play for the distance in the respective series. But looking back, it's CES. You have Taku into the Baron lane, Y1 into the jungle, BMM into the mid lane, and Genza and Akeno being on stage in the bottom lane.
Right, it's Y1, and it's the Y1 glow up so to speak, right? Like last season, he was a Baron laner, and then transitioned over to the jungle when Meliodas had to unfortunately go out because of medical emergency. Now, we move over to the stage for the introduction of our players.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Wild Rift League. The answer will give us the winner. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nova Esports and Saigon Cerberus Esports. 首先，让我们有请 Nova 战队登场，有请单人路选手 in the solo lane 一泽。下面有请打野选手 in the jungle 龙。接下来，让我们有请中路选手 in the mid lane 念。
There we go. It's Nova up against CES, and we quite missed the head-to-head matchup there, Otlus, but this is one of the roles that I think we had to put grave importance to coming into the series, the jungle.
Yeah, Y1 is still, he's still finding his ground in the jungle, but if comparing his performance in Season 1 and Season 2, it's definitely a whole lot better in this season, but it will be put to test for sure because he's going to face against the franchise player of Nova Esports in Long.
Definitely, and that's the big thing. Long
接下来欢迎西贡 CES 战队 in the solo lane Taku. In the jungle, Y1 in the mid lane, BMM in the dual lane, Jinza in the support,
That's
Aquino.
the perfect formula for the side of Nova.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师加盟。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into
reach
the
that
wild.
point of success and reach that point of power spike. There's no one stopping that person.
Yeah, has been stopped though in the past few series, right? Weibo Gaming and EDG was able to solve the long equals win equation problem that we have seen numerous times from last season, but in this season it does appear the teams have figured them out, right? Like their win-loss record, it's 5 wins to 5 loss, and then we move over to Cerberus Esports. Guess what their record is? 5 wins and 5 losses.
Exactly the same thing.
It's exactly the same thing. So this is going to really be a very exciting game overall. Of course, it's if we are to look at the gravity of this game, I feel that Nova Esports has a lot more pressure coming into this game because this is a must-win for them.
Exactly. And this is supported by what we have discussed a while ago, right? There are 6 teams in contention of the top 8 spot currently in CN Conference, and one of those teams is Nova Esports. But thus far, the storyline for Nova Esports has been ramping up. Because during the beginning of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2, arguably, Nova Esports has been underperforming.
Yeah.
But going into week 3, 4, 5, 6, up until this week, recently they have caught up a lot of these wins. And I think if this continues, we're looking at a win once again up against CES this time around. But there's also an argument going to the side of CES.
Yeah, it's right. Both of them are. They don't really have such long win streaks that is worth noting compared to the EDGs. Cerberus Esports also has this tendency of winning against good teams but struggling against mid-tier teams. That's been the concern that I do have about Cerberus Esports. Their consistency is really being put to question right now, right? Like they were able to win against Team Flash, G2 Blacklist, Weibo Gaming, Fennel, and BRU. Those amongst all the wins, only one came from the CN Conference, and we all know what that team was. It's a Weibo Gaming. And so now, if you are Nova, you don't want that to happen. You want to have that prestige of being able to join the playoffs once again. And we have to look back into season number 1. Nova Esports is part of top 3 or top 4 at the end of the regular group stages.
Definitely is, and they're hoping their way back once again, coming into season 2. But for the side of Cerberus, this has been one of the teams. I know we're reiterating our point once again from a while ago, but Cerberus Esports has been one of the teams to look at basically for Southeast Asia side. We're in back in the days during the Summer Super Cup, back in the days for the Southeast Asia Championship. CES was dominating, and huge emphasis on dominating.
Yeah, alongside Team Flash, right? Those are the two VN teams that almost always is going to reach the playoffs. Struggled mightily in season 1 of WRL-A, but in season 2 they have found more important wins overall, right? Just the fact that they were able to win against, the Filipino teams G2 Blacklist and Fennel, namely, is definitely going to be a good sign if you're a fan of the VN Wild Rift scene, because it's I was super sad last season to see them struggle, to see Team Flash struggle, because that's a ghost of their former self or former shell when they were really dominating the scene here in Southeast Asia.
A shadow of their past. And
exactly.
The thing is, for the side of CES, I feel like coming into this respective series, they want to double down onto pressuring in long. Because we've mentioned this, that the long, if they want to play it on the long run, they could play it distance. And coming into that latter stages of their respective games, they could reach that point wherein long cannot be killed anymore. Pretty much unkillable moving forward into the late game. And that has always been the characteristic of Nova in this season. And if CES utilize a counter to that, they could bag a win.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, Nova is really playing around their superstar jungler, as we saw a beautiful engage coming in from Nian on the set. I missed set, by the way. And to those viewers that has just joined us, this is the fight for side. It is going to be an ARM game, and whoever wins this will be getting side selection for game number 1. And so far, so good for Nova. They were able to get 1 tower already to 0 off Cerberus Esports.
Yeah, this is classic, right? Zed coming into a specific draft. Well, not specifically in the ref, but in Howling Abyss, because Zed before has been played pretty much everywhere in the support role, coming into the top side. Pretty much you could see Zed really just being showcased time and time again before during year 1, year 2, and it's a nice thing to see.
It's not just that.
The fight for side.
Oh, last breath. Connecting onto 2 plus the explosive cask by Genza, saving the members of Nova Esports. But it's not just that, right? Like, yesterday, you asked for a Teemo, and we are actually seeing a Teemo right now.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. Yo, CES, tipping my hats off to you guys. Teemo.
Yeah, but it's not going to really be that helpful, especially here in Howling Abyss. Genza is most likely just going to die, as well as Yami. Paired up with Itze, Yumi, also a champion that we don't often see anymore, is finally having a cameo appearance in this ARM game.
And once again, it's just Yumi don't have the prowess that we have currently in the meta, because it's very centric into these crowd control. We've mentioned this yesterday. I think this is one of our talking points during the draft, right? That when it comes to the sport, you really want that crowd control. And I believe there was one of these drafts that came through with the support that was really unexpected. Yes, the Lulu Vayne composition into the
It was the only, I would say, unorthodox lineup from yesterday. So I kind of remembered right from the get-go that you were referring to the Lulu Vayne, and I definitely have to agree, right? Like, all the engagers that we do have in the game right now. Oh, hang on. I don't think that's a very good stasis.
Yeah, it was a bit too quick and too brittle. I think CES just hold off, just bought time for the stasis, and that just got forced, and that was just the timing for CES to pounce.
Yeah. Good thing for Nova is that they still have Yami, and we all know that Lee Sin, he's super good in ARM games just because of the amount of burst single target damage that he can push in. Now Long has to be careful. Good thing Last Breath is not available to I1. But yeah, outside of that Lulu Vayne yesterday, we didn't really see any awkward or any new lineup being given to us by patch 4.4c, which is a surprise to me. So it will be interesting as to what will happen today, because again, it's just the second day that we're playing on the current patch.
That engage from Nian. Once again, Nian has been showcasing his strength with the set right now in the fight for side. It's really good, right? Coming into the early game, Nian was able to set up a play for the team. Once again, he was able to do the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you mentioned, I definitely do echo your thoughts there that we did not exactly have these massive draft changes.
Yep.
We had like a couple of Evelyn coming through, Hecarim was there, but these are very traditional, right? We saw Ashe and Nautilus, one of the some of the champions that were changed, but nothing too big.
Yeah, it feels like the champions from patch 4.4b are still the champions to watch out for in C. And you look at Nian, just beauty overall. Now with 4 people down, make that 5. I think that's it. Nova Esports should have enough manpower against Akeno though. Okay, so this is going to be the test for Timo. Can he defend by himself?
Nope, the answer is not. No, Nova was like, hey, I'm hearing the question, and we're going to answer it immediately right after. And that will be the fight for the side of Nova.
If it was League of Legends PC, he would have been able to defend it, right? Like it's the difference, right? The toxic mushrooms being thrown by Timo here in Wild Rift is more for utility than burst damage. And so, yeah, Nova will be enjoying the side selection for game number 1. I wonder what they would choose. But historically speaking, blue side has been preferred by so many teams.
Yeah, and even in patch 4.4c, I think that is also like one of the things that I've noticed. Like yesterday, during the fight for sides, the teams that win it want to go for the blue side selection, and I just feel like once again, it just gives you a lot more flexibility during the bans.
Yeah, it also puts in the pressure point, right? We saw yesterday Thunder Talk first picking Akali and and then just pairing it again with a ninja. There are other ways to also pinpoint a pressure. If you are long, you could just elect to go for 8 rocks, which I believe is a perfect fit for his playstyle. Yeah. We've seen him play the Echo Assassin, so do not be surprised if they will go back to what I would say, AP Assassin Burst champions from the jungle, like the Evelyn, exactly, right? So those are the champions that you have to be wary of if you are part of the coaching staff of Cerberus Esports. But then again, when talking about Cerberus Esports, they are also coming off a very impressive win. They won against BRU that basically may have cemented their spot in the playoff spot. And my bright spot or my player of the series in that series alone had to be Genza. Genza is so good in recognizing his power spikes that he will not hesitate to flash in as a Sivir to really dish a huge amount of damage.
Yeah, plus in addition to that, you have that self-peeling or self-safety as a Sivir, right? You have that spell block. So with the right utilization of this skill, it could really lead to a huge success for one side or another, or one player that utilizes the Sivir on his hands. But you've mentioned this. I think Long has been bringing out these unorthodox jungle picks that we haven't seen for the longest time, but he brings it out. And one of the things as well that I always remember, this was one of the series that Nova battled back in week 6 or week 5, wherein Long brought out the Nilla. And when Nilla came out, they were just free forming all day long. It took pretty much 1 year to be able to reach that point of level 15, and then after that, they just wreaked havoc. Long was unstoppable.
Right, it was against Woohoo Gaming. That was day number 23 or the first day of December. So that's just a couple of weeks ago. Nilla is really that only it's the only marksman that you can play in the jungle role, basically, right? So it's also the only carry jungle right now that can really dish out insane amount of damage, and I really think that it's because of the Bloodthirster buff that allowed Nilla to really be first pick worthy, or to really be jungle worthy, right? Just because of the amount of sustain that comes with the item, the amount of damage as well. it mitigates all those other weaknesses that Nila has. But yeah, if it ever shows up, it will definitely be a treat. It will be on Cerberus Esports to challenge it, to control it, because that's been the goal. Whenever you're facing against Nila, you are on a timer and you need to finish the game so quick.
Yeah, plus the new passive as well of the Bloodthirster. It's really good.
Oh, true.
Right, it's just amazing. And right now, for the side of the bans here for both teams, you have Ornn, Akali, Sivir, Aatrox, Evelynn, and Hecarim removed. And that means Nova's gonna prioritize potentially Gragas.
Yeah, 3 junglers being banned away here by Cerberus Esports. So, let me guess. Vi for Cerberus Esports needs to be prioritized soon and fast, because that is one way to control the jungle. Y1 is also very remarkable on the champion, and Nova is also scouting Cerberus Esports, prior to this, because they know that Genza is so good at the Sivir and that they are going to take that away. For Cerberus Esports side though, you saw 3 bans, 3 jungle bans coming right out the gate, and this is just them increasing their chances of winning. They know that they have to control Long. They know that they have to put Long on a champion that will not be that big of a threat. Now, Y1 and company will be electing to at least have their bottom lane set up, or at least have a marksman here, which is really a surprise. Now, what do you do if you're Nova? Are you going to prioritize the Vi to take it away from Y1? Because if they ever go for the Lee Sin, I feel that Vi of Long should have an easy time dealing with Y1's Lee Sin.
I was actually thinking about Ashe as well, because the thing is, with how Nova has been consistently looking towards Long as a dependency for a late game as a carry, they could go for a carry mid and the jungle, but since they went in for the Kassadin, this is very, very late game, wherein they need something of an early game. So Lucian could be something that Nova could do coming into 4th or 5th pick, and this could be their hidden card. This will pretty much be their dependency, considering how much bruisers and no damage champions are currently in their lineup for their first 3 picks.
I really don't like this. There's something about Nova. This 3 picks coming in from Nova, they haven't really found a solution as of yet to Long being target banned, right? Because they cannot play. I don't think they will be playing Jax in the jungle. I don't think they will be playing Gragas in the jungle.
Oh no.
As good as Long as there are still meta champions that I feel that needs to be picked up here for Nova. And now Cerberus Esports Taku is going to default back to his own favorite champion, one that can win the side lane on her own in the Fiora, going against, of course, the Jax. The Jax is there to just play defensive. That's Yeet's role, right? Even way back before, Yeet's is not really known to carry games. So yeah, we'll see as to how Nova will be playing this.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this draft, like Nova, CES could remove the likes of, okay, fine, the Kazakhs is also removed, because the thing is, Nova, if they're going to maybe put out the Ezreal expectedly, because this is really strong, Lucian could also be their perspective, but the thing is, they need something for that early pace. Jace could be locked in as well if Nova wants that pressure, but thus far, when it comes to this early fight, they don't have anything.
Yeah, I think it's Vi for Cerberus Esports for sure, right? Like this is, again, Vi being locked in here. And my prediction for Nova is that they will go for a hyper-scaling jungle. Maybe Shyvana, maybe Nilla. Yeah, those are the 2 things. Yone is out of the picture just because of the Nautilus being there. It's going to be so hard to engage as a Yone if you have a Nautilus on the other side. So this Ezreal, another scaling champion on the side of Nova. So it's all scaling. They don't respect the early game prowess and early game shot calling here of Cerberus Esports. Okay. All right. So finally something early on the side of Nova Esports, and this is really out of the gate here. Infinity, at least now, all the questions has been answered. Xin Zhao is going to be last pick here by Nova.
And I'm not totally opposed to this, right? The Ezreal was already one of our predictions, but Irelia will be locked in instead.
I am okay, so it's all scaling for Nova, right?
Difficult.
The longer this game goes, the better it is for them. But the scaling for Cerberus Esports is actually not that bad as well if you compare, right? Like they do have the Zeri, Zoe, also very respectable late game. Fiora should win the side lane. Maybe a couple of thinking heads would say that this Vi will get outscaled in the future, but well,
It doesn't matter.
the Vi's role is just to really get herself attached to a primary target, right? So it's not as, she doesn't really need resources that much.
Yeah, and the thing about like this 2 drafts coming for the side of Nova and CES. CES, I feel like, is more of the steady pace, steady ramp up of scaling, right? You have that early game champions with the likes of Vi, the Nautilus could really actually just bring the tides of one team fight to one side or the other, especially coming down into level 1 to level 3. And coming into the latter stages, now they have the Zeri dependency, right? They could depend on their mid laners. For the side of Nova, it's pretty much nothing and then exponential ramp up. And I think that will be something that Nova has to be worried about. But considering how they played over the past few weeks, if they want to just play free farming all day long, it's a pun not intended, but they could reach that point wherein they just dominate.
It's Cerberus Esports needs to act fast, right? They need to, of course, first stabilize their lane, because if they don't have a very stable lane, just for example here in the bot lane, if they struggle to find the advantage that they need, then it will free up Remake to just go for, I would say farm by himself and then allow Yami to rotate onto other side. As we look at Keno, he has to be careful here.
We all know that Nautilus is really strong, but not that strong when it's unkillable per se. But this is already one of the expectations. CES wants to go aggressive and they want to utilize these early game power that they have in this draft.
And this is Genza, by the way, playing the Zoe instead of playing the Zeri. So this is their adjustment. So it's kind of expected that they will really lose the lane, because oftentimes an AP versus AD matchup here in the bottom lane, AD is known to do one thing, auto attack, right? And then for AP champion, it's all about hitting your skills. But skills has a cooldown. Auto attacks, they don't.
Doesn't. Right. That's like perfect depiction there. And I feel like the good side and the good thing about Nova's draft, right? It's all about scaling. We already have stated this. This is one of the cons, if you may, in the draft composition of Nova Esports. But coming into these early phases, they have a lot of these self-peel, right? Ezreal could just arc and shift back into the turret so they can play it safe. Like, you have the body slam for Gragas to protect Ezreal, Jax can go counter-strike along with the leap for safety, Kassadin has the rough block. So, they have all the utilities to play it safe. Now the question is, are they going to utilize their utilities to do so?
It's hard to play safe though when it comes to objective team fights, right? They have to fight one way or another. That's the way Nova would play this one out. I won't be surprised if Nova would go for the 2-4-2 special, try to greed it out. If Cerberus Esports will be delayed in their rotations and macro decisions, that could just allow Nova Esports to get 2 objectives at the 5-minute mark. Cerberus Esports to just have the advantage at the 5-minute mark, and that's basically the goal here. If you're Cerberus Esports, you want Nova Esports to fight you early into the game, because you will definitely have the advantage, especially knowing that you have a very easy to execute Vi ultimate, lock onto one target. I mean, you can even lock down on Long, and Long has no way out, right? As an Irelia, that's the only thing that you have for your defenses is your second skill. If your second skill is already out and about, you're basically out of options to really disengage.
Especially if Long is ganked in his own jungle.
Right.
If it's the lane, it will be much easier because you have minions to run across, have mobility in those team fights. But when it comes to objectives, when it comes to his own jungle, it's very, very difficult for them to be able to make it back. Body Sam onto Akeno.
Wow.
The first blood coming in from Nova Security.
And that's a very timely level 5 all-in coming in from Nova, because that's the timer, right? You kind of want to use the ultimates at 3 minutes so that by the time that the first objective spawns up, it will all be available. This is the decisiveness of CN laners in general. This is what we were saying, right? Like, all this advantage that you will be getting or that you're supposed to get in the early game, it doesn't matter if you lose lane. And Nova Esports was able to penetrate through, going for another engage here.
Long has to use up the flash as well. That will be the signal for Y1 to come in with assist and desist, and with no flash left, that will be CES who answers back in mid lane.
This is what we're saying, right? Long has a one-way ticket. If he goes in, there's pretty much no way to go out except by investing his flash. And although he was able to escape, his compatriot, the Cassidy, was left by himself. And he was there to just die. And we're going to enter a very quick pause here. I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I also don't know. Might be the flash. We don't know. The thing is, it was a little bit unexpected. I was looking at it and I was thinking maybe the rift block could be there, but yeah, I don't know. It was just difficult to tell. And at this point, this is what Nova wanted to go into the bottom lane, but not what they wanted to happen in the mid lane.
Yeah, which is really a surprising way to start this, right? Equilibrium Strike plus the Vanguard's Edge. They are pretty much tools that are very much needed come level 5 fights or come the 5-minute fights, and at that point there is really no need for them to go for that pickoff. They should have been contented with them advancing their bot lane lead, but they chose otherwise, and they have to remember they are on a scaling composition, not an early game one.
And I guess the problem's been solved. Very, very quick fix.
What was the problem to begin with?
I have no clue. Yeah, we have no clue, but maybe it's just some technical issues, but we're back into this matchup. And this should be something that Nova has to avoid completely. Like these fights coming into their game, except if they have a secure value trade back in favor towards them, they could not afford to fight this massive risk plays.
Exactly, and with 1 minute left before the objective spawns up, I believe the Cerberus Esports would have enough opening to again pressure Nova Esports to fight them, because shorter cooldowns overall for the cease and desist in comparison to the Vanguard's Edge. Remake, however, you're seeing the stats right now: 4 times pick, 3 wins to just 1 loss. True shot barrage
will not connect. Taku will be able to go out on escape, but for now we spoke too soon. Taku with a repose, it was perfect. Has used up the flash as well, but Nova will not secure the kill onto Taku.
And Taku surviving there made a huge blow to the tempo of Nova Esports. They overcommitted to just take down Taku. Grand Challenge really provides you a whole lot of the defenses, right? The mobility will be there. And now Cerberus Esports, this is what they want. They want a 2-4-2 special. They're even tracking down Long, and Long, being this low in HP, has to use the fruits. So now, if Cerberus Esports will be able to take this down, they might be able to go for a 2-4-2 special.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, though, Fountain Drake being targeted by CES. And the thing is, this is what Nova would want, right? CES could take the Rift Herald. Yeah, they want something of value, but for now, Yami will be taken CC'd by Akano, pinned out. Yami will be able to go out with that root coming in from Akano, but with 100 Fruit might be able to save himself, but Ignite takes him down, and CES takes the support of Nova.
And I don't think they will be in time to contest the Rift Herald, and that should be easily taken here by Nova Esports. At least something positive for them. Cerberus Esports, again, when it comes to the early game, it's kind of expected that they would have the advantage. Now Long's trying to steal away some camps. Stun has been broken free here by Long, which means that Taku should be safe now. And Akano is actually here to just rotate and make sure that his Baron laner will be not dove at any point by Nova squad. Overall, I still like the chances of Cerberus Esports here. Again, the agenda is for them to really win the early game, and although it would help a lot by having the Rift Herald to destroy towers to open up the map for them, it's not bad to start the dragon count rolling, right? Because at the end of the day, if things go stale, you will still have that win condition of the soul. And Mountain Soul is definitely a very good thing to have, especially with the squishy lineup that they have, right? Good defenses and shields as well.
Yeah, plus you're not just gonna get bursted right out of the left flank from Azrael and Kassadin, so that's really, really good as an extra precaution.
Yeah.
And I just want to tip my hats off as well to Nova for long. Right, the patience and the discipline to not use the Rift Herald onto that top tier 1 was actually quite good. But right now, Long having to battle up against Akano as Y1 comes in with a Vault Breaker flash. That was so good, and Long will just get deleted.
What would we say, Infinity? One-way ticket. And he goes in, that's it. There's no way out. And Y1 was there to punish once again. That's not the start that you want to happen. You want to have. And I was looking at the map all throughout, or all the time, you know, for the entirety of him going in. I just don't think that he had enough backup to justify his actions, right? His teammates was too far away from him. And now Cerberus Esports is actually enjoying a sizable lead right now. You look at the gold graph, right? Like 3 of them does have better gold overall compared to the members of Nova.
Yeah, and this was one of the things that we have stated to not be something that Nova wants, but Shelly now being spawned up into the mid lane takes the tower first blood in favor for the side of Nova.
But they were not able to get power plates. So Cerberus Esports in the end still was able to mitigate the damage of that referral. So it still is an overall positive. Yeah, sure, Nova Esports was able to take down the tower in the mid lane and on the top lane. But this is still Cerberus Esports saying that, hey, you know what, whatever you did, it's bearable. We can live with that.
Yeah. And thus far, Nova has been on a bleed right now. Right, because the thing is, this is what CES wants. We get the early game, we got the early game advantage, and currently Nova Esports is bleeding on the mid lane, and they have to do something about it. Counter-Strike as well used up, but that's just to zone away CES.
Yeah. Now Cerberus Esports is going for their rotations, and you look at the top side, they will be able to return the favor and take down a tower for themselves. They're running away, and this is a very long lane, and okay, wow, okay, so you have to tip your hat to Cerberus Esports. They're playing this perfectly. They're out of their mind right now. They know that the minions are actually enough to take down the tower on the top side, and there's really no need for them to overstay.
Yeah, it was a calculation, right? We don't have to necessarily take down the turret. What we want is that control, right? Yeah. Because currently we're on the losing edge. We're on the brink edge on map control-wise as an advantage up against Nova, so we have to take value somewhere else. So they take on top side, and as you stated, it was really clever coming from the side of CES on what they did there, just to not give any breathing room and any value back for the side of Nova.
They don't want Nova Esports to have a chance to further their tempo, because it's a you know, if when you're facing against the long game compositions, you kind of want to slow down the tempo against them. Now Genza is going to get engaged on, but the Equilibrium Strike is not going to hit. The Vanguard's Edge, though, is going to force a flash of Genza.
And right now, Akano being pinned down has to use up the flash as well. It's a flash for now, but Yitze still catching up. Taku coming here into responding onto that fight, but Yitze with a counter-strike flash as well. Connects onto 2, and Taku has to force the retreat, but Y1 answers back. Stasis already used by Gragas into that fight, but the flash, it was enough to put him back into safety, and now Yitze with a counter-strike connects on the tree as well. That will be really good to buy time. Y1, Vault Breaker into the backside as Long gets targeted, but they get the trade. Now Yitze, once again, hopes to follow through. Yami body stamps the retreat. That was so good of a play from both sides.
Yeah, for Nova even. Now Genza is going to erase that advantage that Nova was able to get. Cerberus Esports, wow.
Yeah, now Y1 hopes to get that fight. Cease and desist connects on to remake the CB triple bubble. Was so good. And now Genza secures the finishing blow, but Neon comes into fray. And Y1 is in danger, so the depth charge coming from Akano saves him. That will be the explosive cast just to answer back and disengage onto Neon. But in the end, CES will not secure that. Regardless, it was really good.
So Nova Esports was actually doing a whole lot by making sure that none of them would die in the process in all that chase down that was happening from Cerberus Esports. But in the end, they overchased. It was Long. He went for the engage. Cerberus Esports turned onto him, immediately assassinated him, and then Genza, in the end, that very good accuracy from his skill shots has just basically turned that team fight around. And believe me when I say this, I really think that Cerberus Esports might be able to run away with things. If they get the second Dragon Infinity, that's it.
It's over.
Yeah.
They might be able to get a chance to snag up a win. And one of the things as well that we have to take note of, that before that fight even occurred, in what, 10 minutes into the game, when the Infernal Drake came up, it was Genza who already had 2 items. Right? It was the Luden's Echo, it was the Crown as well. So when it comes to damage and when it comes to self-peel, he doesn't need someone else to sponge the damage for him. And that was just Genza performing with 2 items, with his skill shots, with his mechanical prowess into those team fights that nets so much kills for the side of CES.
I'm just enjoying myself right now, Infinity. You know what you know my thing about APAC, right? APAC teams in general, when they start winning against CN teams. I really just enjoy the game overall, just because I love my underdogs, I love my region as well. This domination by Cerberus Esports, now they are going to open up the map and they now have the tower advantage and dragon advantage. Overall, Cerberus Esports has controlled this game as expected, and it's all about finishing the game. It's all about making sure that, you know, the third dragon will still be in their favor, because again, the win condition of having the Mountain Soul, it doesn't matter how good of a scaling lineup Nova has. If they have the innate advantage of the stats coming in from the Soul, that's too much.
Now Yitze being pincered out by 2 members for CES, has to use that counter-strike, but that's not enough, and CES takes a kill.
And so now Nian has to back away, right? Like, that's another casualty. Kill count 7-4. Cerberus Esports is really feeling it right now, and I can sense it, right? Whenever CES is playing this way, you know, when they're when they're playing confident and that they know that they are in the lead, they can make plays that are, I would say, would allow them to really finally put the final nail into the coffin. But a True Shot Barrage will be detecting them right now. No Sneaky Baron for them.
Oh, no information though for the side of Nova that they're still continuing. But right now, it will be Yami who's stuck behind the hills, and CES just got their numbers advantage.
I really don't like this Irelia pick coming in from Long. Again, this one-way ticket is not the way to do it against the lineup of Cerberus Esports, and Cerberus Esports is here just punishing them over and over again.
Now Genza into the front, you still have the stasis to utilize, and now Neon just came through onto Akino as he forced out the Rift Walk over the hills to go on top path.
I think that was a misstep by Akino, right? There's no reason for him to use his stasis engine, and with that misstep, Cerberus Esports has decided it's enough. We were able to get the advantage by getting that 1 kill onto their support. But that's back-to-back kills on towards Cerberus Esports that Nova Esports has yet to find an answer. At least now Long is level 13, so maybe, just maybe, we'll be able to see a pop-off moment coming in from the Irelia, but he has to pick his spots. You know, if possible, he has to be the one to go in last, because if he ever decides to go in first hand, you know, dive face first into the lineup of Cerberus Esports, they will not hesitate to invest all their skills to take him down. And you look at his items, right? TNT Force and Wit's End. Every single one of this, offensive items.
Yeah, offensive items, right? And thus far, if CES does not do anything similar to what they did into forcing Baron, Nova's just going to play the farming game.
Right.
And this is 100% going to be the expectation here by the side of Nova, because this is what they did in the past, wherein they were able to do a reverse sweep in one of their respective series. I believe, as you mentioned a while ago during the pre-show, that it was up against WHE that they did this up against. And once again, if Nova does this, they know how to play on a disadvantage. They know how to play it calm, right? So that is one of the expectations that we have for the side of Nova if they want to turn things around.
Yeah, that's the goal. They need to feed their carries some more gold in order for them to have a chance in team fights. And for Long, he needs Stasis Enchant soon and fast. But he has decided that he don't need it yet, and he went for the Death Stance, which is also a very good defensive item to have. But if you're Y1 and company, is that going to be enough? I don't think so, right? The amount of burst coming in from Cerberus Esports, plus the fact that they do have the insurance and the Zoe, and Zeri, you know, the double Z combo. It's just too much. I just don't think that stance is going to be enough.
Yeah. Then that stance is one of the items that we haven't seen for such a long time, but it's not enough. I feel like I echo your thoughts there. It's just not something that could negate the likes of the burst damage of Genza.
Oh yeah,
like just as soon as we said that, right? The damage currently of Genza is just too much.
Yeah, this is Cerberus Esports really just being allowed to play their game. Y1. Oh, almost.
But this far, CES is committing on to the Baron, and Nova has to answer back. Genza into the back with the paddle stars, just too much, and now Y1 along with a season desist.
Wait,
gets that CC chain, but Nova answers back. It won't be long. Who looks for an opportunity, and they pounce. They get a kill.
And now they are in the position to take down the dragon, denying the soul from Cerberus Esports. I have to credit Itze. He body blocked the damage coming in from Genza, allowing for Long to survive that engage. And in the end, now with that heavy mistake that Cerberus Esports did, the dragon is going to be taken here by Nova.
Yeah, and Itze, along with Remake, playing the waiting game. The side of CES has information, and now they utilize this. They take that opportunity, and Itze now stuck. Taku forces out the flash to go through and secure the Jax elimination. But Ice Drake will be secured by the side of Nova Esports, and CES does not need to force it out as there's just no more value left.
Now the onus is for Cerberus Esports to force this Baron takedown. What Nova could do is to invest teleports. They don't have vision around the area, and they should shred down soon and fast. Even Long knows this. So they're trading away the soul for a potential Baron. Now Nova, will they be able to contest?
They get info already. Baron is now being started. Explosive cast. They secure Taku. But the Baron will be secured by the side of Cerberus from here on out. And Nova Esports cannot go into this fight. But they're still looking to deny the Baron buff away from the side of Cerberus. And that will be the perspective. They look into the back, and Neon just took an opportunity for the right flank. And they secure a double.
No mana for BMM means that he cannot just disengage away. And Nova, with all the positive things that I said about Cerberus Esports, Nova is still a very capable team, and just pouncing on the mistake of them being over aggressive against Long. They thought that Long was defenseless, but there to support him was his quad, and that was the turnaround needed by Nova Esports. Yeah, sure, you may say that Cerberus Esports does have the Baron buff, and by the time that all their members go up, they will still have the Baron buff in them, right? But they don't have enough time to really maximize this Baron buff. And plus the fact that they just basically had let go of a potential win condition in the soul. Cerberus Esports basically is knowing that they may have thrown the game.
Yeah, and this was one of the expectations already, right? Nova's going to play the farm game unless CES forces out something, and this was shown coming in before that Baron, wherein Long was able to reach level 14. He was able to get that stance, and now even another item stacked up. And this will be the time for Nova to start on those engages and to answer back the power of CES in the early game.
Yeah, 4 items already completed for Long, right? With the Sterax gauge, plus the more important item for me is the Stasis Engine. Now Cerberus Esports is now forcing this Elder Dragon.
Elder Dragon now being started up by Cerberus, but look at the position of Long. It's really good, and CES has no info.
Yeah, no vision whatsoever. At least Taku will be able to spot him out, and there you go.
Y1 will go through, and now cease and desist. Taku's going through, and Long is in danger, and Y1 has to force out a flash as well with a Volt Breaker, but does not connect onto Long. And Yami coming into the front lines wants to go through as well, as Y1 is in danger, and CES lost their jungler.
Yes, GA though. Action continues.
And right now, it will be the target. We're in. Long jumps back into BMM, and that will be the elimination that they need. Annihilation. Nova Esports secures the ace.
That was a very timely true shot barrage, and I think with just 2 members, as long as you have an AD carry, you can finish this. Nova Esports will go for the high heels and will go for the end.
Nova going for the race here. They want to finish this game. Inhibitor turret already being targeted with 30 seconds across the board for the side of CES. The timer's not going to be enough. Nova Esports is looking to end this as the Nexus will be open. And Nova Esports were the dominating final part of this game, they will strike first in the series.
Oh, I feel so bad for Cerberus Esports. They were so close. They were doing the right thing for like 75% of that game. And then Nova Esports, with just one team fight around the Baron Pit, was able to slow things down enough for Long to get 4 items. Plus, you know, the most important item, right? The Stasis Engine. Because had it been that he did not have that Stasis Engine right then and there, it could have been a very good clash for Cerberus Esports. You still have to give credit to the other members of Nova Esports, allowing Long to still respawn, as you said, right? Like, as soon as he respawns, soon as he's back in the game, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, and that's one of the perspectives that, you know what, Long doesn't have mobility coming into those team fights. Well, he has mobility, but he's pretty much a very squishy target. So Stasis Enchant was one of the requirements, right? Because if CP Trouble Bubble connects, his life will be over without Stasis.
Yeah.
Right? If Y1 is able to go in with a Cease and Desist along with a Vault Breaker, no Stasis Enchant means the death of him. So
yeah,
it was just a good addition overall.
It was the best addition possible. It was a need for him. You know, just the fact that he went on to buy 4 items prior to getting the Stasis Engine is more on his confidence that he's not going to be caught out of position. And that's just Long in a nutshell. By the way, Remake was absurd, carrying the damage threshold or damage share for Nova Esports with 30,000 on the Ezreal. Did you see that 1v3 that Genza tried to win against Remake and company? What Genza did, he flashed in. And then all of a sudden, there was a true shot barrage in his face. And you don't want that to happen. A fully channeled TSB. Man, oh man, what a way to end things.
Yeah, the timer was just on point for the side of Nova. Ezreal was on point, as we have mentioned already. But overall, CES was pretty much on the timer. They really have to force something out coming into their game. There were a lot of things that they have utilized to their advantage.
Yeah.
But just one wrong mistake, just one wrong misstep coming into forcing out the Baron. Nova took that opportunity. It was Nova ramping up right after.
I really cannot believe my eyes of what happened in this game, because I thought that Cerberus Esports had it in the bag, right? Like they have everything in their disposal to, you know, fully close out the game, but you still have to give credit to the CN team of Nova Esports. By the way, the MVP is going to be Remake on that Ezreal. 4-2 and 5, but his goal difference at the end, Genza was still able to farm better than him. Even, you know, the win was awarded to Nova Esports. That skirmish in the Dragon Lane favors Genza.
And we'll see if Nova Esports can run it back for a win to secure the series, because just before then, we're taking a short break, so don't go away.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
How the tables have turned coming in from game number 1. Nova Esports snagged the win up against CES's early game dominance. And now we're back into the series. I'm Infinity and this is Oculus. We're down into game 2 of Nova up against CES.
That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. So, those are the instances that would really tilt a team. Let's just hope it's not going to tilt Cerberus Esports that hard. Because again, it's doable, it's winnable. We were talking backstage, and our consensus is that they will be able to, or they had the opportunity to win against Nova Esports. They drafted perfectly, played around their early game perfectly, but in the end, in just one team fight, it surrendered too much alongside their win condition of the triple Dragon Drake. It's so sad to see Cerberus Esports go down that way. So hopefully game number 2 will be a totally different story.
Yeah, it was arguably a better draft that CES was able to take and write up in game number 1. It's just down to the execution, down to utilizing this draft, because this is one of the big disadvantages of having a double down onto late game scaling, but CES takes the priority onto Aatrox.
Love it, love it. This is taking it away from Long as well, and Remake will still go back to his favorite champion. Have to remember that in patch 4.4b, Ezreal did get buffed. And similar to Thunder Talk, they will not hesitate to go and lock that in. Outside of the Ezreal, I believe that Sivir is one of the better AD carry options. But Sivir has been banned away here by Nova, which means that Cerberus Esports had to go and find a different AD carry. They would be drafting a very solid mid laner though in the Vladimir. Have to remember that BMM is so good at this champion as well.
Yeah, it's really, really good. That, you know what does far CES once again is drafting, quite honestly, very admirable, right? Aatrox, Vladimir, Nautilus. This is huge picks coming into the side of CES, and yes, having a Sivir coming into this specific draft would be perfect, but it was banned away by the side of Nova. For the side of Nova though, they lock in onto Ezreal, Gragas, and Kassadin. This means that they will now target onto the ADCs of CES.
That's one way to look at it. And I'm still trying to grasp as to what will be the jungle for Long this time around. That Irelia, it was saved definitely by his teammates. It wasn't the best pick. I guarantee you that, right? But they made it work. That's what's important. So I'm still trying to grasp for straws here, Infinity, thinking what would be the pickup for long here. Possibly, I don't know. I want him to go for the Riven. Actually, I want him to go for the Riven. Yeah. A Riven versus Aatrox matchup, even in the jungle, should favor the Riven.
We'll see if Nova locks this in, because right now there are a lot of options. Kha'Zix was removed though for long, and that will be something of an unfortunate moment. But once again, a hover on Xin Zhao. They hovered this a while ago, but Lee Sin, I love this quite significantly more. A while ago, they doubled down onto these late game scaling
Hecarim is
champions, but Hecarim is open as well.
Yeah, that we missed.
Yeah,
they'll go for Jax first. 4 out of the 5 champions Nova did play earlier will still being locked in. It's the hyper scaling composition that will win in the late game. So they're saying Cerberus Esports, even if you win the early game, it's not going to be enough. And now Cerberus Esports is now going to be doubled down, and they will be putting the Aatrox on the top side.
Aatrox going to the top side. It was something that, you know what, Nova was sneaking in. They're going to hover Hecarim. We're going to give you information, and we're gonna give you information that it's open. It could be picked up here. But that's really interesting, right? That's really interesting. CES will pick up the Hecarim instead, and that will mean that they want something for an early game lead. And Lucian will be something that could give them that early game power spike.
Yeah, Lucian plus Nautilus still very deadly. Oh, I missed this. Okay, now we're talking. This is Lee Sin off long.
Yeah.
And we've seen him dominate with this pickup last season. And not just last season, you know, every time that we see Long on the Lee Sin, it's always going to be a highlight waiting to happen. So, yeah, are you ready?
I'm ready. I mean, a highlight reel. I was just hoping for, you know what, a Lee Sin and then a Yasuo as well. No, I'm kidding.
That's asking too much. But
yeah,
if anything, Neon is also a very good Yasuo player, so you may be onto something here, Infinity. But yeah, just going back, this is Long finding or going for the, I would say, carry show. And let's hope for the best that Cerberus Esports will be able to channel through whatever they were, you know, doing correctly the last time out, because in game number 1 it was definitely winnable for them.
Yeah, it was. It definitely was. But right now, CES understands, right? When it comes to these early game, we want to take it. Because Long, when it comes to that late game, give him any champion that's currently available in League of Legends Wild Rift. Coming into that late game, Nova Esports knows how to play with. And I think that is one thing that CS wants to really utilize. They lock in onto the likes of Lucian, Nautilus, Hecarim. So when it comes to that early game into the bottom lane, they have a lead. In level 5, they have a massive, massive teamfight prowess and engage tool with their champions available.
A win lane, stabilize the lane, and it doesn't matter if you have you know, a weaker early game as a team. Just as long as you can stand toe to toe when it comes to the laning phase. And not to mention that we also are seeing the Kassadin being picked up as a counter pick to the Vladimir. How many times have we seen this, right? Like, it's pretty much documented at this point that professional teams has really figured out the Vladimir. That one way to control it is to have the Kassadin. And this Kassadin already had a warm-up the prior game, right? The Kassadin was able to get a win in game number 1 without even, you know, having the counter pick, or without even it being a counter pick to a Vladimir or to other picks in the mid lane. And again, so far, so good for both squads.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if Kassadin's removed and banned away, there's still Zoe that Nova could pick up, right? And it still fits Nova Esports' draft. They have Yami already into the front line. They have Jack. They have the likes of Lee Sin as well. So extra damage is not that bad for the side of Nova's draft. But overall, laning phase, this will be a little bit quiet coming into these first minute and a half. But Lee Sin, when that reaches level 3 and level 5, that will be something that we have to take our eyes onto.
What I'm curious is the top side, right? Like Jax versus Aatrox. I feel that Taku would have enough damage because if anything, you cannot counter-strike the Darkin Blades, right? Right? Like, whenever he goes for the Darkin Blade 1, 2, and 3, counter-strike. Oh, he got hit by the tower. And you know the number one rule, right? When it comes to laning phase, do not get hit by the tower.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Yeah, he was taken hit by a turret, so he has to force out the Hunter Fruit coming on the top side of the map.
Yep.
And now Long, we
Level
mentioned
5.
this, level 5.
A kick may just happen here, but Itza don't think he has enough damage in him. And they will be respecting any potential counter ganks. They had no information as to where the Hecarim is, and that's why they did not push through with that gank.
Yeah, Akino visiting as well onto the mid lane already. And that's a good thing, right? Because CS understands that Long already reached level 5, so expected... Oh, that Sonic Wave. Missed out the opportunity. But they understood that, you know what? Level 5 is Long's time to go and visit lanes. And we want that safety net coming into mid lane.
Just going back to that play in the mid lane, how crazy would it have been had Long, press the smite button to make sure that the Sonic Wave connected?
Flash kick! Dragon's Rage! Genza is stuck! Ignited as well! Is that enough though? As Y1 came through! The turnaround by CES this early game is what they wanted, and that they did have! And that is a double kill for Cerberus.
Unfortunate turn of events once again for Nova. They did not push through with a gank on the top side because they had no prior information. And Long, this is an overstep, right? Like what he did, what he wanted is to kick Genza close to Yami and Remake, but his kick wasn't picture perfect, and now action continues.
And Ataku going to the flank as well, no escape for Yitze, and CES takes their third kill of the game.
3-0. Early game start for Cerberus Esports. I think I've seen this. This is the same script from what happened in game number 1. Although this is a lot better, right? If you look at the gold advantage that they were able to get. And plus their lineup is not that, I would say, too heavy reliant on the early game. They do have the Vladimir that is still very scary come team fights, and plus the combination of Hecarim and Aatrox can do massive amount of choke point damage. It will really surprise you as to how many AoE damage can both these champions does have.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, coming into this early game, it's much better for CES to take this huge lead into their game, considering that Long is now on a Lee Sin. There's an argument that it's Nova that has to get the early game, but thus far, CES, there's no value being given away to Nova Esports this time around.
The highlight is not happening yet for Mr. Long, and it's all about the long game for Long. Again.
See what you did there. Yeah.
Right?
Is that the definition of Long's name? Like, long game?
Long game. Once it reaches the long game, then Long will have plenty more opportunity to actually win the game. You look at the item disparity, Black Weaver already completed for the Hecarim. Meanwhile, on the other side, just, I would say, assorted items overall for Long, and this is not the way you want to start, especially as the Lee Sin.
Yeah, it's just a lot of advantage right now for CES with their jungler, with Y1 already getting a huge lead. And right now getting that Ocean Drake up for CES. This is what they did in the past, right? Getting the 2 Drakes already. Yes, they did not get the soul, but they want this advantage. They want to ramp up.
They had it been that they remained patient and just went for the 50-50 against Long in game number 1, it could have just been a lot easier for them to secure G1. And so now Cerberus Esports would have the perfect opportunity to at least have another go for what we call is a triple Drake win condition, or the Dragon Soul win condition. Hopefully this time they will not falter, and that they will not overstep their boundaries on the top side, and that they will focus on the 3rd dragon rather than the Baron. Hopefully, right?
Hopefully. But we'll see as Shelly is now spawned into the mid lane. Akino a bit
Remake
against Remake with the depth charge already there and Long. Good body block with the Dragon's Rage just to deny that engage from Genza. And overall, Nova gets the tower first blood.
Yeah, and I think it was not needed, and Long is being pressured by the Hecarim right now, right? Like, Y1 knows that he doesn't have the Dragon's Rage, and so he can be ultra aggressive. Not to mention that Akeno is actually there. There is also the wild card of lots of pushes available in this game, right? Because that's the ocean map, and when it comes to the ocean map, it's one of those maps that will really make it hard for you.
Yeah, me and Neon plays a pace visit on top side with explosive cast.
Wow.
No escape for Vladimir as Nova secures their first kill of the game.
They make it look easy, and now Nova Esports was at least able to stabilize and come back and slow the stop the bleeding in general. Because you look at the gold lead, it's basically gone now, and this is in consideration that Cerberus Esports had the very good advantage in the early stages of this game. So again, for Nova, it's all about the long game.
Yeah, put a bandage on the bleeding, right?
Right.
Stop it. Does that make sense?
Yep. It does. It does. Congratulations,
That's
you're now
okay.
improving.
Yeah,
3-man
thank you,
strong.
thank you. Taku now being targeted. He doesn't know there are 3 men looking to kill him. Now Y1 pays a visit, but it's just too late. Long just goes in. That will be a security onto Aatrox. Now Y1 is in danger. Onslaught of Shadows brings that fear onto Long. But right now, a
BMM
3v1 BMM secures that trade. It's a 2-for-2.
Akeno might just be able to catch them off guard here. It's too tanky.
Akeno now goes for the CC. The depth charge connects onto 2 as well. It's just 2 damage transfusion onto Itse. Once again, another trade back, but Neon coming in with a rift walk. Silence misses it out, but BMM still wants to go for this fight. But in the end, Nova doesn't want to prolong the injury, and CES had a massive great response.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-3, and I thought that it ended up in the benefit of Cerberus Esports because that really looked so bad for Cerberus Esports. You look at display coming in from Long, getting that return kill, but BMM was a hero in this game, right? He flashed in, used the Sanguine Pool, Tides of Blood, Team Up, like every AoE damage still needs to be respected, and in the live, Long is actually down.
Explosive cast as well to try and disengage, but it's not enough. And CES will take out the jungler of Nova Esports, which was a signal for them to retreat.
Yeah, there's no objective to really take down. That means that it's not that
Onto
bad.
the Shadows, onto Remake along with a smite as well to slow him down.
no.
And Taku just went in with a finishing blow on the skate, diving under the turret.
Yeah, this is the thing about Hecarim, right? He will still have enough HP in him, enough defenses to make sure that those aggressive dives onto towers will result for him still surviving. And now, if you're Cerberus Esports, how do you translate it into another objective? There is no dragon yet to be taken. Akeno by himself, though.
Akeno being pinned out. Nova Esports
Wait, he's
with
by
extreme
himself!
aggravation. It's just too much confidence. Akeno gave a free kill to Nova Esports on a silver platter.
What was he doing, my friend? Oh, man. Definitely a miscommunication on the side of Cerberus Esports. And just when you thought that Cerberus Esports had everything within their, how should we call this? Recipe for success, right? Like you follow a step-by-step, and this is basically the algorithm to win this game. There will be a very timely mistake that will favor Nova Esports, and now Nova Esports is in the position to go for this dragon.
Yeah, starting on the Infernal Drake as well. They have information calling already used. Onslaught of Shadows, Nova Esports will secure the Infernal Drake. Now Yitze in the Dragon's Pit as Aatrox falls down. It's a 5v4 situation. Lucian goes down. It will be Nova Esports. It's time to answer back. CES, every single one getting annihilated, and Y1 just has to retreat with a Ripper on hand. He has to go back into his own jungle because Nova Esports is knocking on their door.
Perfect team fighting from Nova Esports. The ins, the outs, them making sure that BMM, although he had a very impactful team fight there, he was pinned down by all the crowd control, and Neon there to be the counter to the Vladimir is just so good for the chances of Nova Esports. Not to mention that Long, by the way, you cannot just win a 50-50 against Long, right? That's basically the reason why Long is regarded as one of the best junglers that we have in the world right now. Because when it comes to 50-50s, he knows what to do. He backpedaled. He used the Sonic Wave to attach or to get that first skill on towards the dragon, and then once it's time to execute the dragon, he combined the damage of the Resonating Strike and the Smite, and that's a quality of a very good jungler.
a quality of an Icons champion as well. This is the team that went into Icons Global and won it all. And they still have it in the bag. It's just so strong right now for Nova Esports up against CES. Y1 has sights on them. Yami goes in with a body slam. Good utilization of the onslaught of shadows to retreat back into safety. But 2 ultimates already out.
Crucial Barrage is going to hit just 1. And Akeno really wants to correct that massive mistake that he did the earlier stages of this game. And he's wanting to really get a piece of Remake. But Remake is still very mobile right now. Now you look at the map. Everyone is concentrating their efforts around this Baron Pit. Meanwhile, Nian on the Kassadin free farming.
Yeah, Nian on the Kassadin already at level 12. It will be Aatrox who gets the pull back onto Yami. World Ender used up by Yami already, but the thing is, it is Akeno who falls down. And CES now being pincered in their own jungle long. But a Sonic Wave gets access onto Y1, and Y1 just has to say goodbye in the rift, and Nova Esports landslide CES.
That's a choke point. You don't want to really be caught out of position in that area because every single one of all the AoE skills that Nova Esports had would hit one after another. Let's look at that. Choke point. You don't want to fight here, right? You want to run away towards the other side, towards Seeds or towards, towards BMM, because BMM, he cannot help at this point. Yeah, he will be able to cast his Tides of Blood, but I don't think he had Flash, but he flashed in a little bit too late. All his compatriots is already down for the count, and now with that advantage that Nova was able to get, with the Baron buff, they can just take down multiple towers here and route to a 2-0.
Yeah, Baron buff is massive currently for Nova Esports, and their damage is stacking. Yami forced out the flash already with a body slam, will not connect BMM. They still retreat back to safety, but looking at top side long once again. Looking for perspectives, looking for kills. Y1 wants to get a trade back into the bottom lane. As Yitze will battle it out. Counter-Strike connects onto 2. Y1 is in danger. Has to use up the onslaught of shadows to go back under the turret. But Akeno is stuck in the grasp of Nova Esports as he falls.
It's a 4-1 split push. And the jungler is the one split pushing for Nova Esports. We've seen this strategy before. It's always effective when you have the Lee Sin. Now Yitze will be able to take down this tower in the bot lane, mid lane, and top lane. Next on the menu for Nova.
Now Neon pushing onto the mid, Long pushing on top side, every single in-hit turrets, and now being targeted by Nova Esports. Nexus is the only one left, and CES has one fighting chance to take it back.
3 inhibitor towers. And I just don't think that Cerberus Esports will have any retaliation available to them. Like Nova Esports just swung the game in their favor pretty heavily in just a span of, what, 3 minutes? From the moment that Akeno went down, everything went downhill to the side of Cerberus Esports, and now Nova is enjoying a sizable lead. That's already 10k at 14 minutes.
It's huge, right? A while ago it was CES. We mentioned this, like, coming into the early game. CES got, what, 2k gold lead in a couple of minutes in, but Nova Esports always find an answer back. Neon and Yitze finds Lucian. CES lost their ADC, a huge chunk of damage. This could be the signal for Nova to end this game. Akeno now being targeted as well as Yitze, and Neon and Yami pounces him out. And Yitze coming into the front line with a counter-strike, hoping to get those stunts in. But CES just too mobile coming through, and thus far, Nova Esports remove 2 members of CES.
Yeah, Nova Esports will definitely want to finish this BMM.
BMM comes in, Sanguine pull to just retreat, but is that even enough? As Law just came through into the back, and now Y1 and Taku, the only ones remaining to fight up against Nova Esports. We've stated this, that they only have one fighting chance to take it back, but Nova Esports is not giving it, and they will secure the series up against Cerberus.
You cannot make very obvious mistakes against CN teams, against Nova Esports no less. This is still the world champions that we are talking about, and just with that 2-0, they improved their record 6 wins to 5 losses, and it improves the chances of Nova Esports in securing the playoff spot, which basically is the objective for them, right? There are a lot of teams in the CN conference that wants to be part of the top 8, and so far with that win, Nova Esports may have just improved their chance greatly.
Yeah, they will secure their 6th series win into the CN conference, which puts them at a good spot right now, right? You've mentioned this at what they needed this win. It's a huge stakes on the line for them, especially coming into the leaderboards, wherein every single team, not all, aside from Thunder Talk and Trace along with EDG, that every single team is now fighting hand-to-hand combat for those top 8 spots.
They are fighting toe-to-toe. They're really needing every win. And again, as we said, Nova Esports came into this series with one agenda in mind. They're not going to play games, and they will be playing their best form. Their best lineup really centers around the late game, right? Like Neon on the Kassadin, Ezreal for Remake, and then it's going to be a flip and flap for Long, because Long can just basically play anything, right? He ranged from being able to play Irelia to the Lee Sin. His Lee Sin was questionable at the first few minutes, but was able to change back the tides into his favor, even getting a solo kill on the top side against Taku.
Yeah. If Lee Sin is an early game champion, give it to Long, it becomes like a mid game, late game champion. It's so good on how he plays it, but it's a bit unfortunate on what happened there. CES time and time again in game 1 and game 2 got the early game lead, always gets these consistent massive advantages coming into the early game, but Nova Esports always playing the long run, always playing very disciplined and very patiently, and when the right time comes, they always take that one opportunity and balloon it into what we have stated, like 10k gold lead coming into the latter part of the game.
Yeah, and at that point, it's already insurmountable. 10k gold lead, all inhibitors down. Even if you have the best, team composition in the world, it's pretty much a done deal. And Nova Esports again, I have to say it, right? It all started with Akeno being caught by himself in the middle of the map. There was no reason for him to be there. His teammates were all too far away from him, and there to capitalize is Nova Esports. they were, they might have been surprised with how free Akeno was in that engage.
Yeah, it's consistency, right? Like CES has Akeno coming into the front lines expectedly because he is one of the sponges, but it's a little bit too overextended. And Nova Esports, if you're giving them free food, they're going to eat it, and consistently, especially with the amount of mobility and distance closer that the composition has innately with Nova's draft, it's very easy to come through with that kill.
It was. You will look into the mid lane matchup. BMM always formidable on the Vladimir, and there were flashes, right? And where he was really scary, but Nian on the counter pick on the Kassadin, and Cerberus Esports knows that Nian plays this alongside the Yasuo. Nian really loves his mid lane I would say melee mid laners, right? If it's not the Yasuo, it's going to be the Kassadin. And the Kassadin for 0 and 8 MVP is Neon.
Yeah. Second MVP title coming into season 2. A good performance. Actually, good is the least of the words that we could describe. It was an impressive play coming in from Neon overall from that game 2 up against CES, but can we expect more impressive games, more impressive series to come later on? It's just exciting moments up ahead.
It's just series 1 Infinity. Go ahead.
That's series number 1 for the day. We have 2 more matches to go. We're just gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's series 2 of the day.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
欢迎各位来到赛后采访环节，我是优后。那我们也是邀请到了 Nova 的打野选手龙来到我们赛后采访。你好，龙，先跟大家打个招呼。
大家好，我是打野龙。
欢迎，那也是非常干净利落的一场2-0啊，但其实中间还算是有一些小波澜的了，因为纵观整个2场比赛，其实你们前期都是有一定劣势的嘛。那在你看来，可能是出了一些什么样的问题，导致前期会有这样的劣势呢？
首先是对手打的前期打的都挺不错，然后我们前期犯了些小失误，被他们逮住了。
也是前期可能给了一些小失误，不过好在是后期稳住了，然后通过打团是赢下了游戏的胜利。So the first question for him is like, you are quite struggling in the early games in this matchup. So what's wrong? And his answer is like, well, actually they played very well in the early game, and we just showed some opportunities to them, and they catch the opportunity and punished us in the early game. 那在第一局，其实你们是当时拿到了一个4核阵容嘛，然后他们通过前期的优势是拿到了2条小龙的优势。那当时在他们拿到2条小龙的情况下，你们后续是怎么沟通第3条小龙的布置呢？
因为我们阵容偏后期，所以说再拖到3龙决战嘛。
阵容偏后期，可能说就中期的时候先稳住，然后只要保证大龙之类的资源不掉的话，还是能够拖到龙魂去接团的。So the second question for him is like, in the game 1 when they got 2 drakes, what's your communication and further play? And his like, well actually we have 4 carries and we want to make it to the late game, so we gotta play safe in the mid game. 那第3个问题想问一下，就是因为现在CN 赛区的季后赛形势是相对来说比较的混乱的，然后你们今天也是来到了6胜，那有没有信心再往前更进一步呢？
先进季后赛，然后再进胜者组。
先进季后赛，再进胜者组也是非常有信心啊。So the last question for him is like, do you have the confidence to secure your place and get into the playoffs, or even reach a higher place? And his answer is like, well, actually our goal is to make it into the playoffs first, and maybe to the upper session of the playoffs. 那这一场的赛后采访就到此结束了，我们接下来把时间交给解说。
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Welcome to the next series for the day. My name is Infinity and this is Autaluz. We're back at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. But it will be an exciting series that we have coming forward as it will be an APAC matchup.
This is KT.RY, one of our better teams from the APAC region, facing against a winless team. Oh, that's so sad to say in INV Esports. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see if INV Esports will be able to channel their inner team flash and win against KT.RY. Ratel, Doll, Luna, Acrobat, and Zero is still the starting five for KT.RY.
Yeah, maybe this is their first win. You know what? This is their first win. But I'm not saying it's 100% because
That's
we're
the
talking
goal,
about KT.RY, but yeah, that's their goal.
That's the goal for Invade. Again, with all the changes that they have, introducing Belby on the top side. Bank, by the way, is now their Dragon Laner. Bank, Triple V, those are the two mercenaries that we often see from Thailand in the Dragon Lane. Thai Pro Pam, or TPP, will be in the support role. Bluff X and Merly are the only remaining members from last season.
Yeah, and thus far, it will be something of an interesting. But before that,
Ladies and
let's jump
gentlemen,
in
welcome to the
stage.
Wild Rift League Asia. This is your host. The coming matchup will be Seoul KT.RY versus Bangkok INV Esports. INV is still waiting for the hope, and could KT give them that? We shall see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Seoul KT.RY and Bangkok INV Esports.
너네 이미 다른 팀한테도 많이 깨졌다며 오늘 지는 것도 너무 마음 아파하지 마.
The big fish eat the small fish. The small fish eat the shrimp. And today you are the shrimp that just starting to survive.
I love shrimps. I love fishes. I love shrimps. There's no reason to discriminate, but that was a very cute trash talk. You are the shrimp today, struggling to survive. Alright, so again, INV Esports is trying to get their first win, and it will be against KT.RY, which is definitely a very tough task.
A very tall task to be able to achieve here. KT.RY has seen top 1, top 2 spot across the board, and even top 3 rather. Top 1 to top 3 spot consistently from week number 1 up until today. And if Invade Esports has a team to conquer, that will be KT.RY if ever it comes down to it, because pretty much it will be something of a statement to make that, you know what, we're nearing towards the end of Wild Rift Esports, of Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 rather. If they could beat KT.RY, it's a massive statement to show here at week 7.
Yeah, in order for them to be part of the top 6, which is basically the goal for all the bottom tier teams that we are seeing from APAC, they have to start winning, right? Like, currently winless all across the board is Invade Esports. For KT.RY though, they do want to cement their top 2 status in the APAC region, currently at number 3, right? Or I think they are at number 2 because number 3 is Naos. But yeah, it's still the same thing, right? KT.RY is far too close to Naos Esports at this point in time, and KT.RY wants to at least solidify themselves alongside G2 Blacklist as the top 2 teams in APAC.
The top three teams coming into the APAC conference, and thus far KT.RY is very clean and very smooth with every single action that they do, and coming into this series, it will not stop today, because KT.RY, even in the prior week, I believe they were able to face up against Naos Esports and they were able to perform. Right, so this time around, this is still the same expectation that we have for KT.RY. The big question is, what will Invade Esports change? What will Invade Esports adapt to be able to snag that chance for at least a game win or a series win up against KT.RY?
Yeah, it has to. I don't know. Like at the end of the day, it's all about finding the right start to everything. We saw earlier today, Cerberus Esports was able to snag a very good start against Nova Esports, but they were not able to finish it all. Right now, this era match might be able to at least bring the fire into Invade Esports. And again, it's all about getting that warm up in, especially knowing that this fight for side selection, it's not really that big of a deal, especially knowing that all teams are practiced on either side.
And look at the draft of KT.RY. I mean, it's not a draft per se, but look at the composition of KT.RY. Right? It actually looks decently formed, right? You have Rattel expectedly coming into the
Pike?
the top lane. Wait,
as a Pike?
I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but it works, right? Because you have a lot of setups with Doll, with Acrobat for Yasuo, Luna as their ADC.
Yeah.
It kind of works, but not necessarily in the Rift.
Yeah. KT.RY does have the better lineup overall, as we see Merle going to explode and resetting that jump coming in from Luna. Now Invade with 3 members really being forced to defend this first step.
Whoa! What was that?
That's death from below, by the way. Hitting 3 targets all at the same time. That was surprising. That basically, I don't know how to describe it.
That was not right. Like a triple kill with just one older, like every single one came across below it. It was so good.
Yeah, and you know what's sad? BluffX, he committed his ultimate, the Pyroclasm, and immediately just got twin walled by Zero. That's one of the, I would say, sad things whenever you're playing a brand against the Yasuo. But Belby finds a double kill here, something positive for the side of Invade.
This is the characters of a KT.RY. They're very clean as a team. They are very clean. They are very smooth with their actions, and these micro plays in a bigger purview doesn't seem as big, but when we're looking at these micros, it's such an importance, and how these win walls and how one specific small action really just changes the tides of the matchup.
Plus the fact that Zero used to play the mid lane, right? And now he's playing a support. So like this lineup, including that shockwave into the last breath coming in from Zero, it's just a beauty to watch. KT.RY when playing in the ARM game, always so exciting. I mean, even Rattel is enjoying and wants another reset for himself. It's not going to come through, but the message was sent by KT.RY with their lineup right now. They're really dominating this era match.
They're very dominating this far, and KT.RY shown greatness here in the APAC conference. And once again, it's still just a fight for side, but their prowess is being highlighted here in the Howling Abyss. And Invade Esports will turn on to Rattel, but that's just a reset. That will be an opportunity for Rattel to now stack up on items and stack up on massive more damage.
Yeah, that's an explosive shot, and that's what happens when you have the Tristana, right? Like, if you even come close to the tower that is about to explode. Wait! That's unfair! Wow. That's a support, by the way, doing just that.
Yeah, it's so good, so clean. BluffX just got deleted. And KT.RY once again is on the lead on the charged Luna. Just diving under the turret, gets that reset on the rocket jump. And once again, Invade Esports, the unofficial ace by KT.RY.
BluffX being left to defend against 4 members. Now Luna wants to reset, and is basically just... Is he going to be awarded of a reset here? I don't think so. Alright, there you go.
It's Invade Esports getting that kill of their own, but despite that, the bombs on the heads being brought out by Luna still hurts so much. BluffX priorly was already half HP, but just one bomb just brought his HP pretty much to nothing.
Yeah, a good flash overall by Acrobat, by the way. Rattel? Oh!
The reset came through. Rattel looking into the backside. Burning
another one
hit. That is another kill for Rattel.
Triple kill for Rattel, and it's always so flashy. It's always a delight to see exciting times whenever you see a Pyke being played by a pro player here in Howling Abyss. Now Rattel will have to wait a couple of seconds before he can join KT.RY, but so far so good for their squad, right? Like, they're just running away with things. Bank and company, they're being forced to defend this Nexus that does not have the shields anymore.
Yeah, they don't have any shields anymore. But right now, Invade Esports has eyes on Acrobat. That will be the prize that they will be able to get. But this far, Invade Esports still on brink's edge.
Oh, merrily. Boom!
Now Tidal Wave connects onto Belby. No follow through though. They're just still waiting for the better opportunity for Zero to get more knockouts. But this will be an opportunity for Rattel because there's so much opposition. There's so much support.
He's just waiting for the cooldown, right? Like, okay, as soon as it's available, he's going all in for sure. There you go.
2 hits, 3 hits. Almost the Penta. That will be Quadra already. Belby the only one left standing as Rattel gets the Penta in Howling Abyss.
He's just waiting for the cooldown to be up and available. And we saw it from a mile away. Rattel with a pentakill, just resulting in another dominating finish on this era match. Fight for side is won by KT.RY.
That was so good by KT.RY. And we all know fight for side isn't exactly on par with importance when it comes to these respective games onto Wild Rift games. But that performance by KT.RY speaks volume and is showing on why they are one of the top 3 teams in APAC conference.
It's a very good warm-up. It's a very good message being sent as well by KT.RY that they will be on form today. And Invade, in their quest to get a 1 win on the win column, it's really evading them so far, right? Like, I'm not 100% sure as to what will be the remaining matches for Invade, but if anything, battles against APAC teams will give you the best chance to win, or better chance to win in comparison to the CN team. So Invade knows this and definitely just wants to have that 1 win in the win column.
Yeah, it will be. And Invade Esports, I'm really curious, right? How would the draft look like? Because thus far, it has been very traditional from what we have seen. And KT.RY, the big problem is KT.RY as well knows how to play on the early mid game, knows how to really balloon this going into the late game as well when they are on a disadvantage. And that's the big thing, because a while ago in game number 1 we were talking about how CES has to double down when it comes to the early game, because Nova Esports consistently is being played on the long game, is being played on the distance game. But this time around, KT.RY is not the same. They know how to play it early, they know how to play it mid, they know how to play the advantage. So What is it going to be? What's the key here?
I also think that playing for the early game will give you the better chance to win overall. In a Wild Rift game, simplifying things like going for the win lane, win game, win condition is pretty much at least a very good step forward in the right direction for any teams out there. And for Invade, I've seen games where they were able to get a early game lead. It's just about finishing the job, right? They always lack in that regard, and that's really what is troubling them right now. Because if you look into the entirety of their season, it's been losses all across the board, as in 0 map win. They have yet to win a map, and that's what's crazy to think about, right? Like, they played how many games so far? Like 8 games. And then every single one of them were 0-2s. It really hits your mental. It really hits your confidence. So if for Invade, I just want them to at least win one game here, one map, just to get their confidence back.
Yeah, definitely is. It's something that they have to really grasp. That we have to look into a game. We have to look into a position of better lead. You have to look into a stature of success. But right now, coming into this draft, you have the Gragas, a very traditional first pick that we had, a very flexible and safe. But this will leave the strong picks going to the side of KT.RY. Why? Because we still have Aatrox. We still have the Gwen unexpectedly for KT.RY. But actually, not on expectations, because this is Ratel's pick.
Yeah. Ratel is super deadly on the Gwen pick, but this is too... Yeah, this is showing 2 big cards right on the get-go, right? KT.RY picking up the Gwen and the Hecarim. You know what the theme is for KT.RY? It's
what's a theme?
Yeah, it's the... What do you call that again? I forgot, but it's definitely Howling Abyss, right? Like
the red team.
No, it's not the red team for KT.RY. It's I forgot about it. Shadow Isles. There you go, Shadow Isles.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Shadow Isles for KT.RY, because they do have the Gwen and the Hecarim. But kidding aside, this is a very good lineup for Invade. They don't have the Sivir though to really unlock this Aatrox plus Vladimir. But they will be content in possibly just picking the Ezreal. They do have a very good scaling composition right now. And it also has the ability to win the lane. So if you're KT.RY, you have to be careful. Now they're going for the Orianna, which is really a surprise. And them banning away the Ezreal comes in as another surprise. Because oftentimes, when you see KT.RY play, they want to secure the Ezreal for Acrobat because that's his best champion.
Yeah. They still could go for Lucian. If Invade Esports leaves this open, Lucian will be left for Acrobat to pick up. That's still a really strong pick into the bottom lane. Considering they have the Hecarim already, they have the likes of Orianna for the crowd control. It could be the perspective here that KT.RY could pivot themselves into. So Invade Esports removing this is actually a clever move.
4 marksmen targeted away. What will be the marksman here for KT.RY? Tristana is an option. Leona going to get locked in here by Zero.
Yeah, they did this before and they're doing it again. I think Leona is something that KT.RY can utilize. But there's no Sivir availability because this is what we've seen before. Like Sivir being paired with the likes of Leona and Nautilus, because when you have the Sivir, you really want that team fighting.
Exactly.
But this time around, it's still a big question mark. Like, who's the ADC going to be?
I think, it's so hard to think about what will be the best pairing because they need a heavy AD. Right, like if they ever pick up the Corki, they're so heavy on the magic side that they will clearly lack. Kai'Sa is okay. Kai'Sa is okay. Ashe is better, right? Those are the 2 options. But we'll have to find out soon. I mean, if they really want to enjoy themselves, they can even pick up the Samira, because why not, right? Like Samira running alongside the Hecarim and then alongside the Leona for the resets, that will be a delight to see. But Tristana. Okay, Tristana is still going to be picked up here. Now, on the other side, you look at the pickup on the Kazakhs, that also means that the Aatrox will be played on the top side, which is kind of surprising. Now, it's going to be the Aatrox versus the Gwen, which I feel is going to favor the Gwen, because it's going to be an up-close and personal battle, and Gwen does have a lot of, I would say, spells or skills to avoid all those combos, all those all-ins coming in from the Aatrox.
Yeah, a very mobile champion, right? And the thing about Aatrox is, if you match him up against a mobile champion, it's an uphill battle. It's so hard to fight up against them, because you want the CC chains to come through with the Darkened Blade. You want those knockups, and it's very, very difficult to fight up against Gwen at that regard. So at this point in time, it will be a difficult journey here by Invade Esports in the series, but if there's one thing for sure, this is the moment we're in. We could find a perspective for them to take a dub. But let's see.
We're most likely going to focus on the top side, because I kind of want to see as to how Rattel will be playing on the top side against the Aatrox. I feel that, Rattel will just dominate the lane. It will be a one-sided affair against Belby. I remember Belby, he used to play the mid lane for a team before. And his main champion was the Orianna. That was so long ago, right? And now he's playing the top side for Invade against Rattel. I feel for him, dude. Like, I think...
early flash! Oh, that's just criminal, KT.RY. You can't do this. The flash coming into the early game means Dog could just visit.
Right, and the thing here is Dog does have the perfect information that Merly did not go back to regen, back to full health.
This is not right. That flash burn means the world to Kazakhs, because the thing is, coming into the game, it will definitely be Hecarim who gets that better lead, and Kazakhs still needs to wait for that opportunity to hit level 5. That will be their timer, right? But right now, how can he reach that when he is being
pushed away, right?
Pushed away by his camp.
And then you look at the way KT.RY went for the support on towards their jungler. Soon as the Gwen got priority on the top lane, that means that he is free to roam and he's free to support the Hecarim.
Yeah.
It's so sad to see that, though, because I felt that the flash was not needed to be burnt there by Merly, because there's really no way for you to lock down the Kazakhs at that point. Like, Acrobat does not have the crowd control that often, gets, I would say, that often gets the heads of all those junglers at level 1. He's not the Leona. They don't have the Leona with them. And so that flash was pretty much these, tells the story of Invade. They're really lacking in almost every facet of the game compared to the better teams that we have here in WRL-A.
Yeah, and there's another layer to that, right? Because the thing is, Merly could just go reset if he's down low, right? If he goes for the reset, he could now pivot towards the bot quadrant jungle and just go for vertical jungling.
A solo kill!
Rattel. Time and time again, each and every single role is being punished. Now Merly looking to utilize the passive. We'll get an answer back. So not as effective, not as bad what happened on upside. But Dawn is looking to pivot themselves, going to the bottom lane. Typro Pam will be able to go for the body slam onto Zero. A good punish, a good deny of that engage. But overall, Invade Esports could utilize this advantage. Target on Zero! But the onslaught of Shadow is just perfect. But Bank will answer back, and Luna going in for the rocket jump. A little bit of an overextension, and BluffX now patting themselves, going into the bottom side. Sankun pull with Tides of Blood. Transfusion on top of that. All, and Leona will fall down face first to the ground.
And Merly leveled up his skill. He did not go for the chase. What is happening right now on the top side? This is a 1-for-1. Rattel getting that solo kill. By the way, it does have the ghost, but the red buff plus the void spike slow down Rattel's basically escape path. And in the bot lane, it was a disaster overall for KT.RY. It started too well, but Typro Pam, again, as you said, with the body slam, that was very timely and basically has decided that dive coming in from KT.RY.
And Rattel once again, right? On top of the kill up against Aatrox, solo kill on top of that, he's controlling the wave. He's controlling the wave in favor of him. It's pushing towards KT.RY, and that is a massive problem because Aatrox wants that distance covered, especially if they're fighting up against Gwen. But this is really unfortunate for Invade.
Unfortunate, but still on the other side, it's it's something positive. You look at Bank; he is above in levels. That's level 7 to level 5. And also, I believe that Bank was able to get at least 2 kills in that exchange. So, is there a win condition for Invade? Oh, definitely. Bank is feeling it right now.
And I love this, right? Invade Esports has the idea that Aatrox cannot win up against Rattel. In any perspective that you look at, in an individual lane matchup, Rattel will win 100%, especially with the solo kill, how he froze the wave, how he got the level lead up against Aatrox, and now with a switch in lanes, this will have a better fighting chance for the likes of Invade.
Yeah, and now they're playing tag. They don't want to give Rattel a free lane. So they're going to reset back towards their base. And you know what happens when it comes to this, I would say, chaseroo?
You go back and forth?
The better team will be able to catch you off guard with your rotations. And now KT.RY does have the opportunity to force the hand of Invade, since there's now an objective to fight for in this Rift.
Yeah, Invade Esports now starting the referral. KT.RY has information though, so this will be the knowledge that KT.RY needs. Now Solar Flare already used it. Blade will not connect, so Swiftcast will push back Daw. But right now Rift Herald is brought down to 700 HP. KT.RY steals it away from Invade. And right now, Luna will go back onto their own jungle. The chase will not occur, and Luna will go out unscathed. And Zero jumps into Pro-Pam, not going to give any breathing room for them to take that kill. And KT.RY punishes Invade.
That's a very dominating team fight right now. I believe that's a 3-4-0, right? Onslaught of Shadow coming in from Zero and just targeting down the Kha'Zix, plus taking that seal away. Luna surviving in the end was a cherry on top, and Invade, with all the advantage that Bank was able to get, that timely kiting coming in from Zero and company was actually enough for them to mitigate the damage coming in from the Zeri. And so now KT.RY is back in the lead, and this is very much a one-sided affair now. If you think about the way that Rattel is playing out of his mind right now in the laning phase, just imagine him joining them in team fights.
Solar Flare and Bluff has to use the Sanguine Pool. That's pretty much it. This is the safety net that Vladimir has, but overall KT.RY is showing their dominance.
Yep. And now they will be helping Acrobat even further by opening up this lane in the mid lane. Now Bank and Thai Pro-Pam has to be careful because Zero and company is here on the top side. They can go for an engage, although there is no Solar Flare available to Zero.
Yeah, Zero now going in. The body sound is there for Thai Pro-Pam. Now pass as well, but Zero just too tanky. But Bank will be able to get that 1-for-1 though.
It's a 1-for-0.
A 1-for-0? It is. Gragas just went down. KT.RY.
Invade. They lack damage. Zero survived with literally 1 HP. Now Rattel is just enjoying himself with a backup of Daw. This is another casualty for Invade.
Outside of Shadow, fears him. No escape. Uses the flash. But what is the flash for if Daw's just too quick to jump in?
Yeah, plenty of mobility. Now KT.RY can just target down this tower in the bot lane a couple of seconds, and there you go. The tower plates are now gone, which means that Rattel can just shred down this tower in an instant. Another advantage over to KT.RY, and no one's stopping them right now. This is pretty much the same thing that we've seen from Invade Esports from their 9 straight losses, right? Like their decision making and micro decision making as well is being punished heavily by the better teams, and so far so good for KT.RY.
And macro plays as well. I think macro plays, KT.RY has been very impeccable when it comes to their rotations, when it comes to utilizing the advantage and getting value somewhere else. If you're looking at the map currently, there's no more tier 1 in mid, there's no more tier 1 in bot. It is how KT.RY utilize their advantage to push back Invade if they focus one side of the map or the other.
And to add insult onto the injury, Invade overcommits onto one side and it's not even able to take an advantage on that side alone. Like, just the fact that Zero survived that all-in earlier, now they're going all-in again.
Solar
and that's
flare.
easy. What?
Solar Flare slows down, Zero stuns, and then you have Luna just pushing him back with the ultimate as well. It's just layers upon layers upon layers of dominance here by KT.RY. And once again, macro play. Tier 2 turrets already broken down in top side.
Really?
Tier 2, 400 HP left into the mid lane. It's just too massive of a lead.
Zero even had the flash to make sure that no one will be able to chase him down right then and there. KT.RY in a commanding lead right now at 9 minutes. That's 5k gold advantage. Was able to take down 2 towers on the top side, and that just means that KT.RY has just opened up the map for themselves. All tier 1 gone in an instant, and they will have the perfect opportunity to plant their vision around the objectives that they want to really secure all the remaining dragons. I guess the question is, will this last to a point that we will be seeing the third dragon?
Yeah, now Rattel going for the chase up against Belby. Has to force out the
Solo kill
World
again.
Ender, but what can you do with a massive scissors up against you? And that will be KT.RY once again securing another kill for themselves.
This is what puzzles me right now, right? Like, Belby, again, he used to play mid lane. I really remember, you know, he's an Orianna main. He used to, I guess, you know, do well with Archony in the mid lane, but now he's playing on the top lane, which is basically the home, or basically the house and home that Rattel built on the top side. All throughout the history, we've been saying this, right? KT.RY revolves their player around their superstar Baron laner, and now Rattel is welcoming Belby on the top side with open arms and is just punishing him so hard that he might just go back to the mid lane.
And look at the difference, right? It's not just about the kills. You know, 3k gold deep for Cal, that's massive, definitely. But there's also a level lead coming into the side of KT.RY. Now Marley and Propam went in for the overextension here, and KT.RY will utilize and capitalize that advantage to just pounce them back. KT.RY will secure themselves an easy double kill.
Yeah, and now they will be transitioning over towards a potential dragon takedown. It will spawn up in a couple of seconds, and Zero just a tad bit too late. Had it been that that Zenith blade did connect over to Belby, that could have just been another death for the Aatrox. And if you, for the members of Invade, you know, they are not really catching the breaks that is often required for you to win the games against, you know, the better teams. They're just being punished hard lane by lane, with Rattel being the #1 suspect of all, right? Like this Gwen, it's a problem not just for the better teams, but for Invade, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, there are just a couple of these players that has certain champions that is synonymous to their name already, and Rattel is one of them. Rattel has been using the Gwen all throughout Season 2, and there's not a team that is able to control Rattel on the top side individually.
Yeah.
In an individual role matchup, it's always Rattel who's looking in for the ins and outs of Gwen and knows how to use it up against these certain champions that the opposition brings up.
Exactly, right? Like on the top side, the best way to control the Gwen is to have your jungle path top side. Recognize the fact that the Gwen does not have the flash most of the time, and with just a ghost, it is possible for you to catch him off guard. And you know, once a Gwen goes behind, basically all trades will be in the favor of the opponent. And again, as you said, no one has been able to do that as of yet, just because Daw is always there on his backside.
Yeah, it's a difficult moment. I mean, coming in from the very beginning, KT.RY was able to punish their opposing jungler, Merly. Did not have flash already. They were able to get that advantage. And Invade, yes, they were able to get 4 kills already, but KT.RY, we've mentioned this. They know how to play on a disadvantage, and now once again, they're looking for that bank. Has to retreat already, and Rattel went in for the right flank. Belby just has to run away with World Ender on hand, Bluff X as well, forcing out the flash over the hills. KT.RY, they did not get any kills, but the Baron is still open for them.
Yeah, and this will shred down in an instant. They do have lots of damage. Rattel does have damaged Luna as well, and now Acrobat is just playing guard here, making sure that no one will be allowed entry.
Baron already down to 1k. That will be KT.RY who takes it down, and Invade Esports has to retreat. They cannot force this, because if they do, that will be KT.RY that can answer back and does single-handedly. It's a 1v5 and BluffX has to run. Use up the Sanguine Pool, but that is just not enough. And this is what we mentioned. KT.RY so dominating in these games.
Yeah, they were hesitating at first. KT.RY. You know, the brains worked, and basically what they wanted to do is to disengage, but Zero was trapped onto a corner and just basically said, hey, you know what? Finish this.
KT.RY looking to end it. Hypro Pam wants to turn things around, but as a support with no damage, that will be KT.RY who brings it to a 1-0 in the series up against the APAC flip side of Invade Esports.
That was super quick. 14 minutes and 25, and oh wow, okay. What can I say, right? Like Invade, it's so clear that they are not synced as a team, right? Like every decision that they've made, outside of the fact that they were able to punish the bot lane dive by KT.RY, it's so clear that they lack in both confidence and teamwork, and it's showing right now. Now with KT.RY, this 5, they're not going to hesitate to pounce and go for the kill, because again, the goal for them is to solidify themselves in the playoff picture by being able to bag this win. It's most likely, you know, a top 2 finish for KT.RY, so they don't want to play with their cards, and they just want to go and enter this, you know, with that business in mind.
Yeah, KT.RY just knows how to play it in any situation, right? They know how to play on a lead, they know how to play on a disadvantage, and that was one of the showcases that we've seen as a characteristic for KT.RY. Because a while ago, yes, they were able to take away the flashes and whatever coming into the early game up against Murdy, but they lost to 4 members coming into that early game because of what happened into the bottom side. But they still played the macro. They played towards a disadvantage, and they were really calm about it, and they won game 1.
Yeah, convincingly. May I just say that, right? Like that's another win to KT.RY, and the slump continues for Invade. That's their 19th straight loss in this tournament, right? Like all I hope for is for them to get at least 1 win, okay, 1 game win, and then maybe we'll see, you know, the confident version of Invade, and you know that will result into an eventual series win, because so far it's been one-sided, right? Every battle that they've had has been one-sided and fair in favor of their opponent.
Yeah, and KT.RY, in addition to that one, we also had like the likes of the Hecarim coming into the draft, Gwen being placed onto Rattel as well. It's too much. And Acrobat coming into that fight, there's so much entrance for the ball delivery system to work, right? You have Zero, you have Daw, you have Rattel. Pretty much every single one of them could entry and deliver the ball into the middle of the fight, and could definitely just change the tide of the game. Yeah.
That's analyzing them on a team fight perspective. But let's be honest, Infinity, individually, individually they've been exactly. There was not a need for a team fight, because every single one of them was actually ahead. And during the laning phase, now you look at Luna, he did not really have a pop-off moment. In fact, it was Daw that was able to get that triple kill in the end. But Luna had a very good performance as well. 7-1 and 6 is not too bad for a for a mid laner on the Tristana, and he's going to back the MVP.
Yeah, very massive amounts of damage, well deserving of the MVP title for the side of KT.RY. One of the showings of the top 3 teams here in the APAC conference, and the big question is, can KT.RY bring this to a 2-0 series for the day up against their opposition of Invade Esports? But before then, we'll just take a short break. But when we come back, it's Match Point by KT.RY.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Welcome back, Wilder fans, to Wilder of the Asia Season 2. We're down into match point in favor for KT.RY up against Invade Esports.
Yeah, what will be the adjustment here by Invade? I'm curious. They will be selecting the blue side. But it's all about surviving that mid game, right? Like, that's a goal. If they get past the second dragon or third dragon, right? Like, if we will ever see, you know, the Elder Dragon being alive by the time that Invade is still in possession of the game, then that's already a win by itself. Because it's the small things, right? Like, it's about prolonging the game. And now you look at the response here by Invade. They ban away the Gwen, which was a problem on the top side. But the sad part is, it's not just the Gwen that Rattel is so good at, right? Like, like you have to ban the player, not the champion.
The player outright. Just ban away every single one coming from KT.RY. Just ban away Rattel, Dom, Luna. Just don't give them a team. No, I'm kidding. But it's just too strong coming for the side of KT.RY. And I like how you mentioned about it. Like, the champion flexibility come from KT.RY. Yes, Rattel favors the Gwen because it is one of his comfort picks. But the thing is, he still has a massive array of champions that he could pick up coming into this draft. But nevertheless, Invade Esports, a priority on the Gragas, and KT.RY still answers with the Heka. Ooh.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, it's still going to be the Hecker, right? All the suspense only to give Jax over to Rattel. Now, this is the more defensive one, right? Like, there's just no way that you can dominate a lane on the top side as a Jax, at least in the early game, right? But as the game progresses, sure, fine, right? The Jax will have the necessary advantage to win the top side. I wonder what will be the pick here by Invade. I've seen them play Action in the top side, right? That's how crazy this team is. And so they will be sending over the Renekton against the Jax, which is also bad. It's not the best champion to play against the Jax, just because one counter strike, if he gets to dodge away from your Ruthless Predator as a Renekton, and that's good night. That's basically the laning phase.
Yeah, and yeah, it's really difficult because Renekton really wants to utilize the stuns, the distance covered, and the burst damage. That gets him an advantage in the early phase of the game up against the likes of Fiora, but at this point, you just can't burst down a Jax. It's just too defensive. And KT.RY goes all in that early game prowess with the Lucian as well. So Hecarim, Lucian for KT.RY. If you add a Leona to that will be dominance once again being stated into the bottom lane.
Yeah, you really, I mean, KT.RY really loves their Leona, right? Like, there are just a handful of teams that plays the Leona and for KT.RY. They can play anything right now, right? Like, they can even play Yuumi if they want to. I feel that, their individual players are still really superior to the players of Invade. And more than that, it's also the glaring problem that Invade has, that, their communication, it's clearly lacking. And, we're not seeing any direction whatsoever for this.
And no direction thus far, but Orianna as well being banned away leaves the Vladimir open for KT.RY to pick up. Yes, ban away the Orianna, ban away the Karma, the utilities mid laner, but Vladimir still left open for Luna to take.
Oh, that's massive pick for Luna as well. And they've been saying that Luna has transitioned over to the mid lane. Originally the dragon laner for KT.RY. It's been a change that I am still, I would say, half-hearted on, because I really love Luna's play in the dragon lane. But the thing about, you can play the mid lane, or you can play the marksman in the mid lane anyway, so it's not really that big of a difference. Now Invade is going to round up their draft with a Xayah and of course a Kassadin. The response, as you predicted, it's going to be the Leona.
And this is the big problem that I have, because I expected the Invade Esports. I was hoping for not a Kassadin to come into the mid lane. The big problem that I'm looking at here, because they lack in damage, right? They went in for Renekton, they went in for the Aatrox, they went in with Gragas. The Kassadin comes into the mid lane as well. Where's the damage gonna come from? And yes, the argument is you have the Xayah still, but that needs time. That needs 10 minutes into the matchup, 15 minutes into the matchup. That is if he's able to get a farm up against a Lucian Leona bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, I see that there is an advantage on the top side if it's going to ever be a 2v2 skirmish, right? The Aatrox and the Renekton still has enough early game, mid game damage. I echo your thoughts, right? Like, clearly they are lacking in, I would say, sustained DPS overall. But if they get to win their, I would say, early game, just having that Aatrox. Okay, I'm going to present you a problem and come up with a solution, right? Okay. Flip the teams. And who do you favor as a lineup? Right, like, for example, if KT.RY is the one playing the champions that Invade drafted, you would still favor KT.RY, right? Because that's the thing, right? Like, it's the lineup here by Invade, it's not too bad. It's a very standard draft overall, but it's their individual performances that really is allowing KT.RY to just punish them over and over again. And we have to remember that Merly just burned his flash the first minute of game number 1, so that will also be a challenge at any point of the game. Now Ratel is going to be fed of another XP advantage on the top side, which is something very, very good to have in a Baron lane matchup.
Okay, so okay, that was just a good argument overall if you flip the side. And I feel like that could work if Invade Esports play it a bit more patient, right? Because I believe that will be one of the perspectives here that KT.RY will do if if their draft composition is made towards an opposite direction, that, you know what, KT.RY will have the specific draft, but they will play it safe. Because the thing is, Aatrox will not play it in the early game. He has nothing up against the likes of Hecarim and Lucian Leona into the bottom lane. And you also have the likes of these early game advantages you still have to respect. So
I think this is going to be a 1-for-1 though. Oh,
yeah.
2-for-1.
They'll have to respect that overall. Acrobat just got body stab, has to force the flash, so Acrobat gets the turnaround, but going back. Early game lead.
And sometimes being lucky is better than being skilled, right? Because that was super lucky that Invade did not. Or I was super lucky that KT.RY still ended up with a win there. I thought that Pam had the necessary HP and damage to win against this against Acrobat, but that immediate flash coming in from Acrobat separated himself against the Gragas, and this is what we're talking about, right? The early game advantages that KT.RY is getting on the bot side is kind of expected just because of the Leona. And now this top side, what is happening right now with the Ignite ticking?
Caster Minion as well was able to get that final blow, and this is the thing, right? We just mentioned it. Like, when it comes to the draft of Invade Esports, the argument is, yes, it's really a well-drafted or well-thought-out draft. It could work, but they had to play it safe. And not these early game battles wherein, undoubtedly, it's KT.RY who will get that massive lead just because of the early game champions that they have.
And it's also giving credit towards Bretel as well, right? Like, he just knows how to lane against a Renekton as Ajax. And as I did say, right, Renekton does not really... Renekton is a lane bully, pretty much. That's what his role is. When drafted on the top side, it's kind of expected that he will be winning the lane on the top side. But because of the Jax's kit, it's one of the better options to really pick. Now, Merle is going for an engage here, but what is he doing? Like, he went for the World Ender and just did nothing.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate. Now, Onslaught of Shadows, Dot took that opportunity. They already understood. KT.RY has information that Murdy came from top quadrant jungle, so expectedly, it's either going top side or mid lane, and that is what KT.RY anticipated.
Okay, every single one of this advantage that KT.RY does possess right now is just from the micro standpoint. There's been no rotations whatsoever, and now you look at Zero, another all-in.
It was just a good follow through. KT.RY, there's just no escape from here on out. Yes, you have the Feather Storm, but this will already be the lane priority by KT.RY. Just looking at the level advantage, it's massive.
It's massive indeed. Bank is also one of those Dragon laners that has been, I would say, has been around in the Thailand region. Him in Triple V, he's the go-to marksman alongside Golden Feet. But, like right now, Bank is feeling the pressure from KT.RY's lineup overall, and on the top side, like Bretel again. Oh, hang on, I don't think he will die here, can he?
The explosive cast, the leap just saves him. Very defensive, tanky champion overall. And he just escaped that there.
Yeah, and he did not even use the counter strike, right? Like, at the end of the day, he was feeling so safe. He was confident that, hey, you know what, I still have enough to survive this all in just by pressing one button, and that's an explosive task. That's an ultimate for nothing, basically, on the top side.
And once again, Daw with a Hecarim, early game prowess, early game lead. With the amount of lead and advantage they were able to secure already in the first 3 minutes into the game, Daw's just able to go invade without having a single fear of what can happen to him.
Boom!
Because nothing can, and Luna with the ultimate as well, securing another kill for KT.RY.
I love the zoom in coming in from those servers, right? Because I was thinking, okay, so will he go down? But the Hemoplague damage was definitely enough alongside the Ignite to take down another solo kill here in the bot lane. And so now, if you're KT.RY, this is Invade just inviting for another clash victory for KT.RY, because at this point, with all the advantages that they were able to net, all these engages will be positive for KT.RY.
Yeah, now you have Zero and Acrobat just buying time here. Daw starting up the Mountain Drake. It will be Invade Esports who secures her. After all, KT.RY now in trouble. Acrobat being chased out by Pam. An Acrobat is stuck over the hill. Zero can't do nothing. And Invade Esports removes the ADC of Rollster Y.
I stand corrected, but here comes the backup.
Doll outside of shadows into the back. Has to use up the Feather Storm, but Bank cannot go back out. There's no more flash for him to use. Doll being targeted by Murdy. It's a 1-4-1 trade when it comes to that specific fight, but the fight's not over here. Murley and Belby now going for the chase. Luna falls down, and Invade Esports nets them a couple of kills and gold coming in from that team fight.
Right, this is the expectancy into the lineup of Invade, right? Like the early game, we will really rely heavily on the Aatrox and the Renekton, really just tag teaming. In terms of bruiser damage, they really have a very good combo in the Renekton and the Aatrox. And you look at this chase, right? Murley does have enough mobility, but this is considering that this is a 4v5 to begin with, right? Like Rattel was not minding them at all, was doing the top lane things, and where, oh, you lost a team fight. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm farming on the top side. That's the Baron laner in a nutshell.
I want gold. I want to just stay safe, play the laning phase for the longest time in forever. So
yeah,
they're just having a good time from here on out. But the thing is, KT.RY, or well, rather Invade Esports, has been doing a little bit of signs of life when it comes to their playstyle. You want to put down Shelly coming into the mid lane, gets the map control lead up against KT.RY and get a couple of kills on their own.
Yeah,
this is actually really good.
It is. At least some signs that they are refusing to go down without a fight. Again, it's all about extending this game to a point that we will see the Elder Dragon. That's the challenge number one, because so far, every bit of wins that was targeted... Wait, hang on, Daw. He has some plans here.
Targeted, Bank is there. Body slam will not connect. Explosive cast as well to follow through, but nothing of value in return, as Invade Esports will not look for any kills. But Murley coming into that fight. Zero gets that stun in with a shield, but high pro Pam overextension. Solar Flare connects onto tree, and the Zenith blade comes into the back, and that will be another kill for the side of KT.RY. Luna following through along with Zero into the front lines, but Invade already lost 2 members, and that will be another win by KT.RY.
Infinity, I don't understand. That was a 3v5. That was a 3v5. You see what happened here was...
Look at the Solar Flare.
Yeah, Solar Flare connecting onto 3 plus Luna just getting himself in the perfect position to deal AoE damage. But what are you doing, Thypro Pam? That's the second body slam in a row that he missed. And, you know, at this level of play, it's unforgivable for you to do those, I would say, amateur mistakes. And that just get capitalized very hard by KT.RY. I don't want to, you know, sound mean or anything, but it's clear that they're not on the same level.
Yeah, KT.RY's micro and macro play thus far has been giving them so much benefit. And given the fact that KT.RY already has 5k gold lead coming into that fight, they could just overextend and not give any space for Invade Esports, because Zero, look at that, that's 4 people looking to kill him, but there's just not enough damage, and now Typro Bam will be the target. Yes, they get a kill, but KT.RY will answer back with kills of their own. Back will be the target, and KT.RY will get back. And now Murdy just cast to retreat with so much lead up ahead by KT.RY.
Yeah.
No one can stand up against them.
And they have pretty much all the options in the world right now. What do? Like Belby, I commend his valor of trying to assassinate this Hecarim. But are you sure you're going to do that? That's a level advantage towards the Hecarim, plus the item advantage as well. I don't think that Belby does have enough items in him to even take down this Hecarim. And again, slowing the game down for Invade. Mission not yet accomplished so far. 10 minutes in, that's a 6k gold hole that they are facing right now. And KT.RY will just dismantle them even further by just going for dragons and whatnot. I mean, you look at the items here. The Renekton went for the Proto Belt Enchant. I don't understand.
It's a really interesting enchant. I mean, Gargoyle Enchant is a lot more reasonable given the fact that they need these frontliners, but Proto Belt is PvP. Very interesting. And yes, Invade Esports got a kill going into the top side. Bernie gets to meet Acrobat and Zero, but the CC chain is flawless, and Acrobat removes him from the face of the ref. Now Zero goes in for the stun, the flash as well to just secure the kill. KT.RY is unstoppable.
That's a quadra kill for Acrobat. And that may just have done it here. Infinity tripling the kill score right now. And KT.RY cannot do anything wrong at this point. Like, Acrobat is way above the competition right now. You look at his farm, that's 10.7k. He can go back, he can be, he can buy even more items just to be more scary heading into the next team fight. But KT.RY, this is, I think it's over, right? Like, at this point, with the goal lead that they were able to get, also being able to bag 2 dragons in a row, it will take a miracle for INV to win this.
Let's see if the miracle could happen, because thus far KT.RY is not giving any breathing room to the side of INV Esports. And we've mentioned this already a while ago, that they have to play it for late game, but now they are not. KT.RY going for that fight, explosive cast denies them of that isolation, but the onslaught of shadows gets the chase down on Cassidy, as Gragas will also fall down. Belby has to use up the Dominus, and we'll bring back KT.RY with a flash over the hill. We'll bring them back to safety. Belby and Murley will fight this through and through, but the stuns are connecting and the damage are just enough. INV Esports once again are punished.
They're going for the Baron here, and this is a 12-minute Baron, and we all know what 12-minute Baron is. It's the softest Baron in the history of the game, and this is going to just be an easy takedown. Another one for the side of KT.RY. They can decide to finish this game once and for all, because this has just been an outright suffering to the side of INV.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite interested. What if the Baron of League of Legends is brought into Wild Rift? It's going to look quite scary.
Oh, you mean the new graphic?
The new one.
The new updated Baron. I think it's about to join the Wild Rift soon as well.
It's going to be hella scary. But right now, KT.RY going for that fight. Feather Storm. Feather utilization will be good. It's a 3-man route is there, but Luna goes into the backside, and Acrobat as well to follow up. And Josiah, the raw damage from Luna is enough, and he just got melted.
Now Murley, that Proto Belt execute coming in from the members of KT.RY, 3-man strong here in the mid lane. They're marching towards the Nexus. Nexus shields is here, Belby.
And now Belby just went in with a Proto Belt. KT.RY got themselves an ace. The TPs are coming in, as KT.RY wants to secure the win, already up against INV Esports for a 2-for-0. Bluffx is just waiting just behind this fight, but KT.RY will just look to finish. They will get the kill, but that will not be enough to stop the win of KT.RY up against INV with a 2-0 series.
Yeah, and with that, KT.RY improves their record even further. They're now at a 7 wins and 4 lose record, so 7-4, which is topping G2 Blacklist in the meantime. I won't be surprised that if we get to show the standings, they will be the #1 team from APAC, because they played more games in a nutshell. And so, yeah, we'll have to wait for the next games of G2 Blacklist if they can again overtake and supersede KT.RY. But overall, KT.RY just played their game in INV. I'm sorry to say this, but I just don't think they will be gifted a win in this tournament, because clearly it's not just the individual performances. Their teamwork is basically close to 0.
Yeah, with a win of KT.RY, I think at this point in time, it is currently just Kez and G2 Blacklist and Seoul KT.RY that is fighting for top 1, top 2 spot. Because now as Esports lost against Fennel in the prior day that we've had, so there are now 6-5. We have Seoul KT.RY already at 7-4, G2 Blacklist at 6-3. So it's a battle between KT.RY and G2 Blacklist for top 1, top 2.
Yeah. Well, who do you think will be our interview for KT.RY?
For KT.RY?
Yeah. Huh, the last time that we had an interview, though, I think the translator got diffed. So hopefully we'll have a better interview overall. Because I remember you saying it, right? And then I remember there was a game I casted where the interviewer also had some, also had problems in translating. But this is just a momentous win again for KT.RY. It ends up with 0, getting and backing the MVP, 18 assists. good for 67% kill participation.
Yeah, Zero, the solar flare, that was impressive. That was perfect. Like 3-man solar flare with that. Tiny AoE damage was just phenomenal, and let's just look back on how KT.RY snagged up that win. But outright, it's pretty much like early game leads, mid game leads, finish the game, go next.
Yeah, it's the recipe for success or disaster, depending as to who you're referring to, right? Like this flash in by Belby, he wanted to go and get that assassination onto the Renekton, but yeah, flash is still available in this 3-man solar flare, stunning 3 people, rooting them all. And KT.RY, it was a 3v5 by the way, a 3v5.
Yeah, and just that mindset. It's just a showcase of plays coming for the side of KT.RY and how they are currently one of the best teams, if not the best teams in APAC Conference.
You could say that, or you could say the other side, right? It depends as to what perspective you kind of want to see, right? Like, it's clear as well that Invade is not in the same league, right? Like, I'm seeing, you know, lots of hopefuls of teams or of supporters of teams that did call through the WRL-A challengers, and they will definitely be looking at this game because they will be facing against Invade in that promotion tournament. So yeah, in that promotion tournament, will Invade be able to hold for their spot for the upcoming WRL-A? But again, it's going to we'll first have an interview, and as soon as the interview is over, then we'll enter a break.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see who's the interview for the team of KT.RY. We're currently waiting for that as well. But outright, it will be very exciting overall. Actually, having a next series as well to come, it will be a CN conference matchup. So that will be something that these viewers have to watch out for.
Yeah, that has more weight to it. KBG not in their championship for mid-season, right? Like, this is very far from what we saw from them in Season 1, in where they dominated everyone, only losing once during the regular stage. Now, at its stands, they currently have a 6 wins, 4 lose record. And they are going to face against Weibo Gaming that has 6 wins as well and 5 losses. So if KBG ends up winning this, at least there will be enough separation between them and the other teams that are, you know, trying to be part of the top 8. But if KBG loses this, then it will again be open for the table, open for everyone in that last 2 spots.
Yeah, and it's a similar argument as well for the likes of J-Team. Because J-Team, I believe, was one of the second runner-up of the Season 1, I believe. Or something like that, right? So we'll see what happens there coming into the next series. But before then, let's jump into the interview.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the interview. This is your host, joined by Luna from KT.RY. 안녕하세요, 루나 선수. 먼저 자기소개를 해주세요.
Wait, he knows Korean.
안녕하세요. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah.
Well, this seems like some audio.
Oh, this is awkward.
Hi there, Mr. Translator. Can you hear me?
No.
Well, let's take a break. We will be back in a minute.
All right, we're back. We're
Or we'll go straight to the break time. Okay.
yeah. So that was looking into KT.RY, but for now, that will be the finish of that series of KT.RY up against Invade Esports. We're just gonna take a short break, but when we come back, it's the final series of the day of a CN versus CN conference matchup.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Yoho, joined by Luna from KT.RY. 안녕하세요, 루나 선수. 문제 자기소개를 해보세요.
안녕하세요. 롤스터와의 미드라이너를 맡고 있는 루나라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. So I want to ask you, in the game 1, why did you put Orianna in the dual lane instead of the mid lane?
그래서 첫 번째 게임에서 왜 오리아나를 선택하셔서 미드 대신에 바텀으로 가셨어요?
일단 저희 팀 원딜 선수인 아크로베 선수가 오리아나를 잘 다루기도 하고 제가 원거리 딜러에 좀 되게 자신이 있는 편이라 그렇게 라인을 갔던 것 같습니다.
Alright, got it. So the second question for you is like, now you are the #1 team in APAC, so how do you feel right now?
지금은 APAC 중에 제일 잘하는 팀인데 혹시 기분이 어때요?
일단 1등을 해서 되게 좋고 저희가 연습한 만큼 이제 대회 성적으로 답이 나온다라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 되게 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 알겠습니다.
So first thing,
okay. Go ahead.
So first thing, we are so happy now because like we worked so hard and we had a lot of good results, so it pays off.
Alright, got it. You really worked hard. Like the third question for you is like, compared to last season, is this season harder or easier?
지난 시즌 비해서 혹시 이번 시즌은 더 어려웠어요? 아니면 더 쉬웠어요?
다른 팀들이 전부 이제 좀 더 다 잘해지고 이제 세계 대회를 통해서 각 팀들의 좀 성적도 올라오고 그런 것 같아서 이번 시즌은 전 시즌보다는 좀 어려웠던 것 같습니다.
I think all of the teams were playing better than the last season. Yes.
Alright, got it. But you did a better job than last season as well. So that's all for our interview. Bye bye.
Bye.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Come to me, Siva.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than a wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat, best stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in the Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first one.
牛啊，这个球！菜呢？
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
And welcome back to the final series for the day here at Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. My name is Infinity and there's still Autolus. We did not go anywhere. We're still back. But we're down into the final hurrah here.
I would say the best game out of the 3 series that we have had so far. With KBG and WBG fighting for their lives right there. Their playoff position is in discussion here. Is basically in contestation here, Infinity. And I'm ready to see high level plays once again coming from both these teams. You have to remember that KBG, this is not the same position that we saw from them from a season ago, and they're coming off a win against OMG in where we saw a 36 minutes and 36 seconds game. I hope we don't see a 36 minutes game, but if it happens, it happens.
Yeah, well, you jinxed it already, you called it, so we're gonna have it. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, this matchup right now, this series specifically, has just so much stakes on the line. Because currently, this will bring any of these 2 teams into the top 5 position wherein currently KBG is at.
Yeah.
But it will be such a crucial thing for each and every single one of these teams because they are now fighting for the playoffs position. And one loss could really dictate you going down into the top 9, top 11 position.
Exactly. We're looking at the starting 5, and again, after the starting 5 that was shown for KBG that did not have any change, we are going to, of course, focus on Zihan in the Baron lane, Fan and Faye, of course, the duo, the letter F duo in the jungle in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Jay-chan as their support, and to Giyang's surprise, Duanyu is actually Chi, the one who played last season. So this is just a change of IGN, similar to what happened to the jungle and top laner of G2 Blacklist. Duanyu is still very formidable in the lane and is always very likable, right? He's a smiling face, and we'll look into the head-to-head here in the Dragon lane, and I love that we focus on this part because Xiaoma, his Ezreal was impressive in that game against OMG. He had 4 early kills and he did not look back.
Yeah, and the dual lane has been consistently one of the roles that we have to focus on. Considering not just because of the meta revolving around these ADCs, but because of how these teams have been playing thus far, that huge dependencies of damage relies on these players that we're looking at right now, Duanyu and Xiaoma.
Yeah, that's you look at the stats, it's not too far from each other, although Xiaoma's kill participation often gets, I would say, it gets bloated just because as an Ezreal you can throw two shot barrages from afar away. He is also very good on his Ashe, or has a very good Ashe pick, which is also going to be one thing that we will, I would say we would closely monitor. For Duanyu, I really love his Varus, especially back in the day, but I just don't think the Varus has a place in the meta right now, and so yeah, he might just go for the Ashe, which is also not a bad pick.
Yeah, because traditionally it plays the same role. But before we dive in deeper, let's drop into the stage.
欢迎各位收看英雄联盟手游职业联赛 WRL-A， 我是优后。接下来将由 KBG Gaming 对阵微博 Gaming， 两支队伍再度交锋，谁能拿下胜利，我们拭目以待。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Wild Rift League Asia. This is Yoho. The coming up matchup will be KBG Gaming versus Weibo Gaming. K or W, who can be the winner? Let's find out. Now please welcome KBG Gaming and Woohoo Gaming.
今天的游戏内容只有4个字：重振旗鼓。
今天晚上庆功宴不能没有你啊，俊。
Banters all around from both sides. It's WHG up against WBG. KBG rather versus WBG. It will be exciting. Apologies, but
okay, all right, but yeah, surely we are going to forget about that sooner rather than later, because this is going to be a very explosive fight between the two. And again, we have to remember that WBG was the runner-up to the tournament that was first won by KBG, so there's some history between the two. Also, one thing to note is that there are different members now for Weibo Gaming. I remember Beijing CK or BYTK. Now for those that are not aware, he was the Baron laner.
接下来，让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, KBG, DAT, WBG, Fan.
Now Zihan will be tasked to deal with the Baron laner of KBG on the top side.
Yeah, it will be. We'll see.
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane, KBG, 安然奈 WBG, Fei.
When it comes to these matchups, when it comes to these plays onto the rankings of the CN Conference.
有请双方射手登场。In the dual lane, KBG, 小马 WBG, 段誉。
Then you have Duan Yu. You look at his face, he always smiles, dude. Like a very jolly person.
最后有请双方辅助选手登场。In the support, KBG, Yu, WBG, 搁浅。
In the Dragon Lane now, in the support, of course, J-Chan, a new player overall.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's dive into the wild.
Really, a tough task overall, right? Like Yu has this what we call Yu special. That whenever he goes for the rotation, he will be ahead of the opposition most of the time. Now we go straight to the ARM game, of course, and when it comes to the ARM game, it's all about having fun, especially KBG.
Yeah, it's all about having fun and all about having that priority of the side selection right after as well if you take that win. But nevertheless, if there is any conference that knows and understands how to play on both sides, this will be CN Conference, who has the mastery of Wild Rift thus far, of what we have seen over the past season, over the past few years, that really these are very, very strong and knowledgeable teams that really control how these metas have been evolving and how the meta has been adapted even in the APAC Conference. So a huge expectations on the line here for both these sides, but as you have mentioned, it's all about fun and games for now here in the Fight First side.
And then we go straight to the serious punches, right? And we have to brace ourselves here, Infinity, because this is going to be a bloodbath, right? Like we have two of the teams that is they're raring to be part of the top 8. They want to be part of the playoffs, and we know how important it is for both these organizations. So I can't wait. Really, the adrenaline is kicking in. I just had dinner. I know that you just had yours as well. Hopefully the viewers also had dinner as well. How's your day so far, viewers? Are you enjoying the Wild Rift action? If you haven't eaten yet, make sure to at least get some chips, because this is going to be a very entertaining scene.
Yeah, it could even go into the distance here. Now, I'm not saying that it's not going to be a 2-0 for one side or the other. KBG thus far has been showing signs of improvement over the past few weeks, and once again, they are the defending champion coming in from Season 1, but these are two teams who are struggling coming into the playoff spot because they are still not secured, and winning this will give such an importance into the CN leaderboards.
It is indeed, and we go straight to the ARM match, in where we will have a decider as to who will be getting side selection, at least for game number 1. What champion are you looking at here, Infinity? Because I'm definitely looking at that side, and then just as I said, he goes down and goes zombie mode.
Yeah, Zion coming into the Fight First side is a breath of fresh air, because the thing is, we haven't seen Zion for forever, since forever. Zion has not been in the meta since...
Never. He was never part of the meta, right?
He was never. Yeah, but as we look into the competition, I feel like WBG has a better end, especially coming into this early game, because they have so much hope, right? Ezreal, they have Jace as well, and this is something that WBG can utilize coming into the early game. But as soon as I said that, KBG just answers back, just went in for that kill. But the trade back is secured, nevertheless.
I'm waiting for an Unrun 9 pop-off, right? Like, he's on the Katarina, and we all know that... Oh, wait, what did KG do there? Did you see KG? Oh,
I didn't see it.
You didn't see it? Yeah, he went on to cast his... it's the Chains of Corruption, and it hit the Evelyn.
Evelyn?
Yeah, because there's no Evelyn in here, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, I was like thinking. I was like, what's going on?
Got you.
You got me. You got me there.
Oh, shower. Pain train. Choo choo.
Going into the turret, just bounced it up, gave a free kill to WBG. That's pretty much a story name for Zion, right?
Right.
Just hit a turret with an ultimate, and then right after, he just has to say goodbye. Especially coming to the early game. No items, no sustain.
Yeah. Has been the story. Oh, that's massive damage coming in from Yu and run 9 did get cancelled. He wanted that higher rally trio. Fan?
Goes in with a Fate Seal, connects onto 1. We'll be able to go back onto his body. But nevertheless, a kill for WBG as the answer back. There's no trade coming through. Snowball connects onto Xiaoma. The knockoff will connect onto Fan. Knockoff to follow through as an answer back will be there. Now Angry 9 hopes to take that kill onto Fan as he does, but he goes down 6 feet under, and Faye Zihan will get that trade back, and thus far WBG they're poised and ready to go here. 6 kills for KBG in trade for 13.
Yeah.
For Weibo Gaming is massive.
Weibo Gaming is actually proving to be the better team, at least for this Viper side. I'm still waiting for Unrun 9's pop-off moment, you know. Also, I'm curious as to what build Unrun 9 did go for this Katarina. Did he go for the all-in burst? I'm looking at the Conqueror available for him. And I remember, you know, Conqueror is still a very good assassin keystone here in the game. Now, Yu.
Oh! Jetchan! But what? The flag and drag goes in for the flash, came back with the Cataclysm.
Yeah, he basically missed, right? He wanted to continue the flag and drag into a flash. Now, Fan is not going to find his target. 2-shot barrage going to get at least 3 from KBG. But yeah, that's again all fun. It's all about the fight for side, and you know we're just waiting for the warm up now. Yu might just go in. Ooh, massive damage.
Got deleted by Zihan. WBG just answers it back. And just mind if it reset, you want to stack up that AP items as soon as possible, especially if you're going for a regular AP build. But it's a good back and forth by both these teams.
Yeah, it should be an AP. Right. Oh, Xiaoma teleporting in as a Zion.
The backside, Zihan with a Rift Walk has target on to the AC. That was so good. And that will be a 2-for-1 trade. Flag and drag comes through for KG as Jetchan follows up. But Yu goes in the backside, burst damage, goes back away. The ins and outs. The storyline of a Rengar here in fight for side. But the true shot barrage secures the kill onto KG. And now Ezreal looks just to play it with the poke damage. And in the end, WBG just gets a couple of kills of their own.
And that was funny, right? Like, what Yu wanted was to go back into the bush. The Cataclysm was the perfect cage. He cannot jump back in just because there's basically a leash onto him. And now, there's, I don't know, there's 0 development so far here in Infinity. We're 5 minutes in, and the towers, they're still standing strong. So this is one of the closest ARM games that we've had so far.
Yeah, because before, from what we have seen, 6 minutes, this is already at Nexus. And thus far, KBG and WBG is keeping up with a pace here that not giving any advantage at all from the opposition. Now Xiaoma with the ultimate gets the target onto the turret, but will not connect. Not enough distance covered. Yu going into the backside. It's Matt who connects it. Not two. There's just so much burst damage, but the shock blast secures that kill. Fate Seal coming into the backside as Van targets onto under 9. He will die in turn as well, but WBG gets the ace.
And finally, right, with 4 people alive for Weibo Gaming, at least now a clear advantage to their side, and they will be able to take down this tower. And for KBG, though, I think they will still respond in time to defend this. Duanyu will get executed easily by the tower, and that's just for the resets. Now Xiaoma is here.
Oh, the tier 2 turret might just fall down. WBG got the hip turret, and that is just massive because right now, super minions coming through is really massive, or really good for WBG.
Yeah, it's going to really stop KBG's advance here, especially knowing that WBG still has 1 tower, or still has both towers available. They will try to break this down. 2-shot barrage there to provide some wave clear, but it's not going to be enough. Now KBG Fan
Ooh, Solan down with a snowball, almost connected on Xiaoma. One more hit.
Yeah.
Literal 1 HP.
You. Wait. Oh! Too much burst.
Now Xiaoma, zombie mode, goes back up with a passive, but there's nothing that you can have. I mean, there's still no heart steal into Roger that you can utilize those 3 hits for. And right now, fate sealed into the back. Another ace for WBG.
That's so clean, and now WBG might just be able to finish this. They were waiting for their minions, right? And Yu though, Thrill of the Hunt activated. He might be able to dish out a good damage here.
Oh, ultimate to nothing. It's an ultimate to Evelyn.
Oh, Duan Yu cutting away from the Rengar. And now WBG, they're starting to at least feel confident now that they can finish this game, but 3 of the members of KBG still alive and is defending this Nexus all too well.
Yeah, this is the expectation that you have 2 folks already, a very good draft even into the 5 for side, so they're utilizing it really well. But as we have mentioned, right, it's just too strong right now for WBG, utilizing with a lot of these poke damages. And you have Yu coming into the backside, was able to burst down the job before, got 2 kills out from his zone, but Xiaoma looking to really just defend the Nexus, knocks onto 1. And then that zombie will be WBG, who's getting the ace, but the zombie coming from Xiaoma still looking for that chase 1. You kite it out. And that will be the end of it all.
Okay. I think it is enough. Is it?
It is.
Okay. Alright. That was fun. I know that we have ban, but it's fun.
one of my jokes is not connect.
But yeah, it's KBG.
I'm kidding.
No, it's WBG getting side selection, and it is most likely going to be blue side for WBG. I wonder how they will be attacking this. Will they be concentrating their efforts on the top side? Because historically speaking, WBG, when they're facing against KBG, KG is a problem, right? Like KG would win the lane by himself, and then on run 9, the MVP of the past seasons actually, not just the last season, is pretty much on run 9, right? He is not going to change his play regardless of his opponent, and he's going to always be flashy. So it is a question as to how WBG will attack this. Are they going to concentrate their efforts on the top side, or are they going to help Jay Chan and Duan Yu here in the bot side?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how these 2 teams will tackle on the draft. But the thing is, those fight for sides. Now, in a normal day, it is pretty much equating to nothing. Like you get the fight for side, you get the priority on the side selection. But given the fact on how much stakes on the line coming into this game of WBG up against KBG, WBG just got a better lead. Because the thing is, on a stake like this, such as this in a series, every single advantage matters. Every single perspective matters, and WBG was able to take this for themselves.
Yeah, it's one way to look at it, but like, what are they intending to do, right? Are they intending to keep away the Akali, the Ezreal? There's a lot of potential power picks that I feel that the red side is actually just an okay side for KBG. In fact, if we look at the past 2 wins of in the past win of KBG against OMG, both of them was on the red side. So I really think the KBG performs better on the red side, but it's a new patch overall. Maybe there is a pressure point for Weibo Gaming to just balance things out and surprise KBG.
Yeah, and I feel like blue side selection has seen such a huge priority, because every single priority, and I could be wrong, but every single priority thus far for 4.4C has always been blue, right? In day number 1, all 3 series blue side selection as a priority for the fight for side, and right now, today, all throughout the day, it always is blue side selection.
Right, and again, it's all about being able to get that super pick. If, say for example, Evelyn gets left open, but it's not open, then WBG will be able to pressure them in taking that for themselves. Aatrox is a very good first pick. Akali is a very good one as well. So there's a lot of first pick options on the blue side. and they're going to ban away the Akali, not giving Unrun9 a chance to play that champion once again. Now, what will be the response here? I'm thinking Aatrox or Sivir.
It could be one of them, right? But Ornn will be banned away, so this will just have a scarcity of support champions. Right now, we only have Galio, Nautilus, and the likes that are only ones left here for both WBG and KBG to pick up. So expectedly, it will come through into the first rotations. But Aatrox as a priority by WBG, since it's left open, will be picked up.
There are two ways to deal with Aatrox. You can either poke him out of the team fight before it even starts, or just go for a heavy crowd control execute type of lineup, right? Like we've seen a Lee Sin get picked up against the Aatrox, and the Aatrox just basically disappears out of the team fight in an instant. And so I wonder how this will be done by KBG. We know their preference to play the double marksman. They're going for the Camille, which is a very good pick for KG, although I like his Fiora more than his Camille. I really think that, you know, as a Camille, you have a lot of options heading into team fights or heading into split.
Yeah, definitely is. But going in with the Camille instead, now Sivir getting hovered. Now KBG, expectedly, they could prioritize the Nautilus coming into the third pick, but the Galio instead. Not a bad second pick, nevertheless. We've expected this, right? Because there are already scarcity when it comes to support champions, so they have to place it coming into the early phases. But Yasuo is something of an expectations here for WBG side.
If they go for the Yasuo, it can just easily be a Jax pick for Unrun. Are they sure about this?
Very difficult situation here by WBG. It's a coin flip, right? The thing about Yasuo is that it's relying so much on risk that it's very difficult to play with here in the competitive scene.
Yeah.
Zoe being locked in instead is a much better option for WBG.
I don't think that will be that through. It's just for an ARM game, and it's just going to stay in Howling Abyss. If it ever gets through, then yeah, sure, we'll have fun with it for sure. But the Nautilus is going to get picked up instead of the Pike, which is, you know, a better pick overall. Is a tank, an engager as well, fits the bill for every supports out there. Now KBG will be going for a KBG pick. This is at that tone special, right? Every time that we see Vi gets left open, the tone will not hesitate to go with it. Now this is what's surprising, right? Instead of going for the Shen, they wanted, you know, the all-in crowd control potential of the Vi, which basically is their answer to the Aatrox. What they want to do was to combine Vault Breaker, Cease and Desist, everything just to lock down and control the beast in the Aatrox.
Yeah, and KBG could answer back with a Sivir ban. They're going to not ban it away. Because the thing is, if it's left open, if KBG doesn't lock it, WBG with the Sivir could actually work out, right? Because the Sivir Nautilus going into the bottom lane, you have Aatrox potentially going to the jungle, and this is a very, very teamfight centric composition that they're able to secure for themselves. And now the question is, the pressure relies on what KBG will go for instead. But Ezreal, nevertheless, will be a good answer. If ever WBG picks up the Sivir, this will be a good poke damage that they're placing into the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it will be them very confident that they can deal with the Sivir of 2-1-U, just cause Shaman's picks so far, it's always been the global picks, right? It's either the Ashe or the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Now I won't be surprised if the 1-U would pivot here and would not go for the Sivir, instead go for the Ashe, because that's Lucian is actually an even better option. You called it, and this Lucian pickup is just going to be very much dominating. So Sivir is out of the equation, at least for now. They want raw damage. They don't want to rely on the hand. And so now Zihan will be playing the Fiora, which is pretty much interesting. Again, you know, against the Camille, it should favor the Fiora.
Oh,
Unrun9.
Yone into the mid lane.
Yeah, this is a better option. Yeah, I was thinking it's either the Akali or the Gwen. Those are the two picks that Unrun9 really loves to play against the Zoe. And he's going for the Gwen this time.
Yeah, that will be a great pickup coming for the side of KBG. And regardless, I'm looking at a great graph from both these sides. A lot of perspectives that we can look at, right? WBG has such a strength when it comes to these early games that they could assert up against KBG, because they have Lucian, they have Nautilus. One Drench line could really just turn the tides of these team fights into the bottom lane, and I feel like with this, WBG could really double down when it comes to these early game beats.
I think KBG will be favored just from the draft alone. I really like it when you have the Camille and when you have the buy in just one team. Plus the fact that you can call in the Galio for the for reinforcements, right? Like, it will come down as to if they get out laned in the bot lane that hard, because we have to remember that Lucian is one of the best duelists come early game, and although Ezreal really did have enough buffs in him, he still has to be careful from the all-in potential coming in from the Nautilus and Lucian. So it will revolve around that. On the top side, it will just be, you know, trades for this. Yeah, it's not really going to amount to anything. So if anything, if we are to see a game-breaking, game-defining gank or a skirmish here, I think we have to wait for the level 5s or for the ultimates of the jungler. So specifically, of course, with the Vi being controlled and patrolled here by the Tone, if he's allowed to roam and, you know, he gets a very timely gank soon as he gets the ultimate, that will be very good for KBG's chances.
It is definitely something that they have to take note of coming into these matchups. But right now, it's all about these patience games that we're looking at. The thing that I'm very curious about is how the Zoe and Gwen matchup will occur. How these two players, how these two champions would battle up against each other coming into the match.
I think with priority should definitely go on Zoe's side just because of the range advantage, and Battlestar is actually a little bit more reliable when it comes to clearing the minions. So if in case that there will be an invade or if there will ever be a battle for the Rift Scuttlers, the Zoe will be the first to back up their his jungler. But in the side lane though, that's where the difference is, because Gwen, you know, at 3 minutes or at 4 minutes, we see this rotations coming from all the teams that we have here, and oftentimes we see the mid lane go to the bottom lane just for split push pressure, and that's where the Gwen will separate herself against the Zoe.
In addition to that, a lot more priority when it comes to objectives, right?
Right.
Why the dual lanes go into the mid lane is a better rotation path going towards either the Drake or the Herald, because if you just leave it into the dual lane, you're just being a little bit more towards Brink's edge on leaving the Drake only as an option for you to fight with. So that is one of the expectations and one of the standards that we've seen all throughout Season 1 and even Season 2 coming in.
Yeah, and there's a double Scuttle start, by the way, for Weibo Gaming. The top one was secured by their jungler, meanwhile the bottom Scuttle got secured by their bot lane duo, which was kind of expected, right? With the dominance that is expected from the Lucian Nautilus, they can easily translate and cheese a jungle steal. Or if he ever... Okay, so now he's level 5. You know, with time, you get XP. That's basically it. But he's not finding the gank, at least for now, and he has to go back to his jungle camps to, you know, farm more camps for himself.
Yeah. He needed that level 5. And the way that Faye is playing is very vision-centric. If you see the map, it's very good. These micro plays, right? It's not something that we look at specifically every single time, but it's very clever, right? Because the thing is, they got Rift Scuttle, and Zoe also placed a ward into the top side brush in the mid lane, and he understands that there's no one gonna visit him, so he wards playing towards the top side in the laning phase. So it's a Vi that can't do nothing.
Yeah, it's it also is hard to gank a Zoe, right? Like at this point. Sure, Vi does have the ultimate lockdown available, but Unreal 9 does not have a crowd control that can help out this Vi take down Faye or take down the Zoe. You know, there will even be better chances to rotate on the top side because the Hexa ultimatum is going to be there to follow through with the season assist. So I think that's what is in mind by KBG. Meanwhile, WBG is going towards a potential gank here in the bot lane, but the ward spots out Fan and he will just immediately back away.
And now the taunt is going into the top side.
Zihan.
Zihan does not have a single clue, but going under the turret. Very, very good initial like game set. So you know what? We still cannot fight up against KG on his prowess and his dominance as far and how he controls the wave. So just staying under put on the tier 1 is very disciplined.
And plus the fact that he knows that his jungler was on the other side of the map. There's no reason for him to greed out a couple of minions. But so far, you know, the win game composition here by Weibo Gaming is actually to their benefit, because if you look at the gold lead, just from the laning phase alone, they are at least able to get a couple of hundred advantage over KBG, which is kind of expected. Again, you know, just from how you look at this game overall. Now, this is the problem, right? Like, so there is a transition. Unrun9 went to the bottom lane, but they did not send over the Zoe. It's the Lucian that is going against the Gwen. So the problem that I presented earlier in where, you know, side laner... Wait, hang on. Okay. No commitment whatsoever. You know, in where the side lane will be controlled by the Gwen, if facing against the Zoe, it's not a problem anymore because Faye did not transition over to the bot lane.
Yeah, Lucian stayed put into the bottom lane of the BG though. Having the pincer maneuver onto Yu has to force out the flash. So good summoner spell burned by WBG.
And some fruits being eaten here by Yu just to survive. He will still be able to help out. Oh,
the taunt going in with a wall breaker along with a flash, and now that wall but the answer back into the bottom lane as Lucian fall down.
Yep, and now WBG will be rushing to try to defend their tower here in the bottom lane. WBG was able to get a prize, massive prize, but they will be spotted, right? Like, they will be spotting Fan and Faye just around this mid lane quadrant, which means that Unrun9 will feel safe here in the bottom lane. But this is what we were talking about, right? Although there is an advantage for the Lucian against Unrun9, it's not going to be an advantage if it's going to be a 2v1. And Duan Yu did actually lose out the discipline game, right? He was too far forward. There's no reason for him to be that forward. And so now KBG was able to not just take out a dragon for himself, or for themselves, they were also able to at least get one more kill in the bot lane, which you don't want to give against the... You don't want to give it to KBG because they're so good at it.
Yeah, you don't want to. And as far, you know what, even if Lucian died, I just want to highlight like a micro play that he did. He just sidesteps so that the wall breaker did not connect. It's just really good overall. And these micro plays, from what we've seen, time and time again, coming in from Zoe into the mid lane a while back, Lucian coming into the bottom lane. Yes, he died, but his micro plays were still on point. Nevertheless, it was really good, and you see this often coming from these CN teams. It's just impressive on what they do in the Rift.
I don't think Fan expected that there was someone there, right? Like, he just used the blast cone. And it had been that they focused him down. That's a 2v1, so that could have been a very scary moment for Fan. But I agree with you. All this micro plays really helps out all the CN teams capitalize on their macro knowledge. Because before you think about the macro, you have to be so good at the game. You know, the ins and outs, the min and max of the game. And that only gets or that only will join you if you have enough micro in you. So yeah, I kind of understand, and KBG is definitely not a stranger to micro plays.
Yeah, and thus far though, this is what we talked about, right? A while ago we were discussing before the fight even occurs. One you just got visited by Unrun9 and Tatan, and now Heroes Entrance comes in with Faye coming into that fight, so has to force out the flash there, and Yu comes into the bottom path just so easily.
Genius pathing again by Datone, right? Like using the Vault Breaker. Wait, hang on. There's a potential dive.
It's stuck, but a shield of Durant zones away the opposing side. CP Trouble Bubble connects onto the Ton, and the clear on wave was just something WBG prioritized to push them back.
Yeah, at least it did not really turn from bad to worse for Weibo Gaming, right? That still is 2 kills to the side of KBG. And how many times have we seen this? KBG just allowing Unrun9
going into the bottom side here. It is a 4v3 as Fan just denies the Justice Punch, and WBG gets a second turret of this game.
Yeah, 2-0, and tower count, right? Like 2-0 in kills sure favors KBG, but WBG is not lagging behind when it comes to pressure. Although the first one that was taken down is this mid lane, that was a result of the literal takedown, you still have to tip your hat over to Weibo Gaming. They're slowing the game down, and again, with KBG's lineup, I just don't think that they will really be fighting 5 minutes into the game, right? Yeah. The early stages of the game is all about scaling, especially if you have the Ezreal, especially if you have the Gwen, and just as long as you have very timely picks from the Vi and the Camille, then that should be okay. That should be fine, right? Like that should be enough in order for you to transition over to the late game in where KBG is strongest, I guess.
Yeah, and at this point, you're just waiting for Siama to reach that point wherein he already has the Trinity Force along with the Manamune. So KBG, pretty much at this stage of the game, they just have to wait, right? Waiting game is the name of the game here by KBG. Once it reaches that point, wherein now they can fight, reaches level 11, level 12. This is where they shine.
The Tone might go for an engage now. He's holding back, and Yu will be receiving some chunk of damage.
Oh, Flash along with the Drench Line connected onto one, but Yu quick reaction goes in with the Hero's Entrance along with the Hexic Ultimatum as Xian is very, very low. And that will be a 4v5 situation, but coming into the middle of it all, it's Aatrox, but KBG answers back. They will get a couple of kills. They will get 2 in return up against WBG.
Perfect team fighting once again, and Faye wants to steal this. I don't think he has enough, and Yu will just zone him away. The second dragon goes over to KBG, and this could just be another win condition for Keep-Based Gaming. We all know this, right? Like the triple dragon win condition, or the Dragon Soul as we love to call it. J-Chan flashing in for the engage, and it's not going to be enough. They did not account for the Stasis Engine plus the Hero's Entrance, locking down Sihan, and KBG just ran away with a perfect team fight once again. Although it's a very commendable effort for Fan, I don't think he anticipated the amount of burst damage coming in from KBG, and this is what you have to be wary of as an Aatrox, right? You can get locked down, you can get executed, and basically the tankiness of the Aatrox is all about life stealing.
Yeah, plus the crowd control as well. Like, there are so much poke damage for the side of KBG, given the fact that you have Ezreal in your lineup, along with the scissors that can deal mid-range damage. But the thing is, KBG also has the crowd control, so Aatrox going into the middle of them all was a good attempt, but when he came through, there's just no escaping that.
Yeah. The cease and desist being held back here by Datone was genius, yeah. Oftentimes, we see the cease and desist as the first one to be casted, but it's Datone that we're talking about. I think he's one of the smartest junglers that we have in the tournament right now. And, his play on Vi and Kha'Zix, it's not as flashy as Weiba's Vi or Long's Vi, but it still is as effective.
What?
Did you see that?
Did you see that? Yes, he waited for the time when Zoe jumped through the ball break. That was just so good from the Tong.
I tell you right now, he's a genius, right? Like, he's not... Maybe he's not really the flashiest jungler that we have in the game, but when it comes to the smarts, the genius play, the 500 IQ plays, he has that, and it's almost always going to benefit KBG. And I know Dash is a hater of Datone, right? He says that Datone cannot carry junglers. It's not Datone's meta, but it doesn't matter, right? Like at the end of the day, it's when being allowed to play all these pick champions, like for example the Shen or the Vi, he's so effective. So yeah.
He's so good. That was so good. Once again, highlighting Micro. Like, when was the last time we saw something that impressive?
Right.
It was so good. It was picture perfect, more or less. And now the Tone once again paying a visit coming into the bottom lane. But that's a Fury that we're talking about. It's very mobile as a champion. You can't really burst down that easy.
And now the game continues for KBG. Again, they're just happy to scale it out. They're not the type of team that will throw away leads. And with Xiaoma just continuing his scaling alongside Unrun 9, that two-headed dragon will soon be a problem for Weibo Gaming. Plus the fact that there is a third dragon to be contested here. Weibo Gaming, are they going for a desperate play here?
Faye going in with a CP Turbo Bubble connecting, and now that will be the answer back with KBG. Look at Fan jumping in with the blasting cone as well, back into the Baron's pit. Ooh. But Gwen into the back gets the kill onto the support.
Yeah,
Now,
fade away.
KBG going with the chase there, but nevertheless, they already got what they came for.
Yeah, what a fadeaway kill coming in from KBG, and they knew. Again, you look at the tone, he was channeling his ball breaker, but instead of going through with that and getting the assassination onto the target, he knew, or KBG knew that they had enough damage. The tone
Looking into the back, it's a left flank. Will not pursue for an all-in. A very risky move. A clever back away by KBG.
Whenever you see KBG play, right, like it's so methodical, it's so systematic that they're not going to give you any opening to have turnaround potentially waiting, right? Once they secure the first tier tower here in the mid lane, that's enough, right? Let's back away. Let's spend all this gold that we were able to get for ourselves. And now in the upcoming team fight we're in, there is an objective to fight for. Really, that's where we can really put our leverage in, our advantage in. And although Faye is doing a great job in controlling and, you know, dealing damage with his pokes, they have yet to find a kill. 0 kills so far for Weibo.
Yeah, a stature of one of the defending champions. You going in with the flash as well. It was so close. The QSS.
Oh, Jay-chan.
I mean, Jay-chan just has to use up the flash to deny that CC from KBG.
But that's information provided. The one U does not have the QSS nor the flash here. Weibo Gaming, they want to contest this third dragon. They don't want to give away the soul. And KBG wants this for sure.
They want this. Under 9 looking to go into the backside as well. Has eyes on Faye. But the thing is, WBG is currently getting pincered here. Might just get pinned down as the Taunt now looks to go in with a Volt Breaker onto Jeshan. Cease and desist into the backside, but you also have Fan coming through. And now he gets pinned down, has to force out the flash. That won't be KBG, who loses their jungler, but they still get the soul. It was Gwen who turned the tides for KBG as they secure the objective. This is what they wanted. Yes, you can get the kills, but the soul is already secured.
And KG has to survive this, because if he ends up dying, that might just be the game. WBG still has 5 members, has enough damage to take down the Nexus if they want to. Now this is going to be a 1v5. You look at the death timers, almost 30 seconds for all the members here for KBG. 1v5, can he do it?
KG, the only one I'm standing here to be able to defend the Nexus, will go in with the hook shot. He's just getting CC'd all around, and there is just no hope. The Nexus will fall with one team fight alone as WBG will get game 1.
No, crazy game. They were able to get the soul, but then in the end they got aced. A clean ace, a 5-4 exchange. And wait, what? Okay, all right. I cannot believe my eyes there. Infinity again with 5-man, with 5-man pushing the Nexus. It doesn't matter if there is a shield there to really protect the Nexus. It's still going to go down, and that's what happened there. Weibo Gaming off of one team fight gets the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, a soul for a Nexus. It's an apple for a head of, I don't know. It's just it's just too difficult to really imagine what happened there. And yes, like KBG really wanted the soul because this is one of their winning conditions. If they get this is pretty much over. But KBG got a good answer.
I think in that last moment, right, like there's a clear confusion between the Tone and his teammates. The Tone wanted to go in onto the other side. Meanwhile, his other teammates was actually hitting the dragon. And at that point, you decide on one target and one target alone. And although KBG did a great job in securing the Mountain Soul, have to remember that the Mountain Soul, you still have to respond back to, you still have to reset back in order for you to get the resistances and the shields. And so now that's a win. By are you seeing the gold graph, right? Like it was already tilting into the favor of KBG, and then KBG just threw it all away with Weibo Gaming winning that last team fight.
Yeah, and it was really interesting. I think the storyline there was what you have mentioned already. The Taunt going in with the Volt Breaker and the cease and desist to get an access onto Fan. And the idea was to remove the jungler for WBG so that they could secure the dragon easily. Like there's no contest, right? But it was a little bit of an overextension. It was too far away from his teammates, and then right after he just got pinned out. Then WBG got the numbers lead. And it was over.
Yeah, the Tone how impressive he was in the first few minutes of the game. I you know, it feels like that we jinxed him, right? Like we cursed him, and now he was the reason why they lost. Oh, that's very unfortunate. I think what he wanted there was to also get the assistance of the hero's entrance.
Yeah.
I don't know where the hero's entrance was casted. I will be looking into the replay, see that one out. Fan, by the way, backing the MVP. And again, this is a game that WBG had no business in winning, but they were still able to off of one team fight.
Yeah, it was just one impressive fight coming into the side of WBG, a Nexus for Soul. Can we see that once again happen through into the next game? But before we jump into the next matchup, it will just be a short break that we're gonna take. But when we come back, it's match point for WBG.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb. I go where the trouble is.
Now we're back into game number 2 of this series of WBG up against KBG. That game 1 was fantastic for the side of WBG, and the question is, can they come through to close the series out?
I don't know how to describe it. If you're saying it's a fantastic, I'm saying it's a throw.
Well, it's fantastic to the side of WBG, but it's unfortunate for
it's a disaster.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, we basically minced every part of that team fight alone and figured out what really happened. And yeah, it was the idea for the tone to have the heroes entrance is basically the win condition for KBG. Always, right? Like whenever they get that combo in, it makes it a lot easier for them to win team fights. And it was in that team fight alone that they lost the synergy. It was a team fight that when they lost, it became an eventual win for WBG. So it's a very hard pill to swallow if you're KBG, but they're not hesitating and they will go for round number 2. Go for the Vi, says the tone.
Why instant lock-in is a big question mark, but I'm liking the Hecarim much more better here for the side of KBG if they want to prioritize. Because the thing is, in theory, on paper, it's pretty much the same aspect that you want. Yeah. You could go in for those big engages. You have big distance being covered with mobility.
Only thing is that this has more AoE damage, right?
Yeah.
Also, it's a lot tankier just because you can build all the booster items on the Hecarim. You will also have like infinite amount of mobility. So if you were to compare it hand in hand, the only thing that Vi is better at is basically the ultimate single target knockdown. Outside of that, Hecarim is a whole lot better. The WBG will be the one playing the Camille and the Galio this time.
Yeah, I like the Galio pickup. It denies that massive engages coming in for the side of Yu because Yu has been doing a lot of work as well in the prior game. Unfortunate, the hero's entrance did not come through into the final, into what was the most important fight of it all. But nevertheless, it's a good deny coming for the side of WBG. Now KBG answers back with a Zoe of themselves.
Wow. Oh, okay. Is this going to be the Unrun 9 pick? I think so, because they are forced to pick one marksman, and there you go, KG. You know what? Whenever KBG is feeling the pressure and they want to win, they ask KG to play the Fiora. That's basically their win condition, right? Like, it's a luxury to have for sure, and it's kind of easier to read now than way back in season 1, because that KG, if it comes down to the winning time, he will just bring out the Fiora.
Yeah, but I have a massive. Yeah,
Duan
you picked up the Varus, but I also have another big problem here by the side of KBG because they did not pick up any supports, right? So Alistar could be removed, Nautilus could just be removed, which leaves you so much little room for support.
For Yu though, like what will he be going for? There's a Nautilus and a Gragas, so it's either A or it's either B. But the bigger thing that I really love here for WBG is this Varus pickup. I did say that Duan Yu is the best Varus player I've ever seen in the world. And now it's time to showcase that once again. I'm going to check the records, see if this already got picked by WBG and see, what the result was. But back in the day, back in season 1, Chi, his former IGN, whenever he gets this champion, it's always a pleasure to watch.
Yeah. And you have the Shen as well. There's so much global ultimates going to the side of WBG. Now the only thing that they are lacking is damage. If ever they go into Shen.
I don't mind, right? As long as you have the Varus, because that's AoE.
Oh, there we go. We asked for damage, that's it.
Okay. Alright, so Shyvana, in a nutshell, is pretty much similar to Aatrox. He basically farm the early stages and then be that tanky frontline that will be able to start a team fight. And the Braum is actually a perfect counter to this, because at least you will have the Glacial Fissure to wait for him to go in here. Now WBG is going for the double marksman composition, having the Corgi and having the Varus. Oh, I love their draft even more now. I really think that also KBG has the Hecarim and has the Zoe. This double marksman composition will be able to control a lot of team fights because this is a hybrid, a hybrid type of marksman. It's not the auto attack type of marksman that we often see get played, right? These are two caster marksmen that will really revolve their playstyle around all those pokes. And if you get to poke away a Zoe or a Sivir out of the team fight, it will be a lot harder for them to continue on.
Yeah, there's a lot of pros and cons coming to this draft, right? I'm looking at the draft as well for the side of KBG. The thing about this is, if they use up the onset of shadows coming into the backside, yes, they have access onto the likes of Corki and Varus, but the thing is, they will leave their Sivir open. They will leave Zoe open for these big engages, as you've mentioned as well already, that these pokes are so much available, and there's just too much pokes to the side of WBG side, wherein if the likes of Zoe is left open and Sivir is left open, it will be WBG's perspective that they could capitalize on.
Yeah, so excited for this. I don't know, I'm fanboying right now. That's because, I saw this same draft from a season ago, and I did check the records here, Infinity. This is the first time this season that the Varus will be picked by Weibo Gaming, and it's going to the hands of my favorite Varus player in the world. Let's see how impactful this is against KBG. Are they in the position to go for the 2-0, or will KBG be able to extend the series?
I like this form rotations coming from the side of Weibo Gaming, and KBG already has information as Zoe was able to get sights on them initially, so it will not be a successful four-man gank coming from the side of WBG. But nevertheless, the idea was there. They had Galio already, so really strong early game level 1.
What Weibo Gaming is expecting right now is that with the Shyvana, they will have the faster clear speed, right? So expect 0 ganks coming in from the Shyvana, because the Shyvana is basically helpless level 1 to 4. You need the dragon to be even considered a champion, right? That's the way Shyvana is played, right? As soon as you have the Dragon's Descent, sure, you will be able to at least have enough gap close to gank all those all those laners that are pretty much too far forward, right? So for WBG, they have to play this laning phase without their jungler. That's basically it.
Yeah, and I like the analogy that we've stated for Shyvana that doesn't have any dragons. It's pretty much just like a super minion walking into the rift if you don't have any dragons at all to your side. So it will be such of a big importance for WBG to be able to take down at least a dragon. And one of the most important thing as well is the Infernal Drake if they want that true damage.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like additional damage for the Shyvana overall. But we have to remember that Shyvana also got reworked quite some time ago, and where you don't really have to stack up dragons, although it's really a big help. Getting 20 stacks onto his Dragon's Descent passive is definitely a good thing to have, but it's not as required as before, as I'm trying to say right now. So this is going to be a much more flexible Shyvana compared to before, but the goal is still the same, right? As soon as he secures more epic monsters, it just boosts his damage overall.
It accelerates the Shyvana, right? So yeah, and I think it will be a very exciting time. You know what? I echo the sentiment coming into this game. That you know what? It's a very exciting time for Wild Rift as an overall look into the series, because you're seeing Varus come through, Shyvana come through into a draft, right? Corki coming back as well. Because when was the last time we saw a Corki? And yes, we've seen it maybe a few times here in season 2, but it's very scarce to come through into a draft.
It will only be hang on, level 5 fan can go in and surprise with the Dragon's Descent. This is what we're talking about, right? Him being level 5, at least finally he has the Dragon's Descent available to him, which basically means that he can just show up from a mile away and can surprise KG. But talking about KG, he's always so formidable on the Fiora.
Very formidable with a Fiora, and thus far, this is actually very interesting, right? Because the thing is, WBG understands that the jungler, you called it a while ago, I just want to call it back, that WBG has to play the laning phase without their junglers. And they understand if they commit up against KBG, you still have the Braum that could utilize the passive. It's so much easier with Syama as well being there. and then yeah, it's just difficult for them to overextend. So they have to just play it a little bit more safe this time around.
Yeah, so that's the idea, right? For Dewan Yu, it's all about, poking from a mile away. I'm curious to see if it will be the lethality Varus, because we've seen a lot of nerfs on that build path. That there are some Varus that goes for the on-hit Varus. And by the way, since we have the Corki, we have to remember that, you can get the package, which is an additional advantage whenever taking down objectives.
Yeah, Corki as well. The good additional part about Corki that is something we have emphasized way back in year 1.
Oh,
is the ability to shred down armor. Unrun 9 just jumped through under the turret and secured KBG a kill.
I want to see that, right? How did that happen? Is it because Yu was hiding in the bush that they were able to get the Corki off guard? No, it was just a very well-placed bubble. And although Faye even using his flash, we all know that if you flash away from the Zoe, it's also gifting the Zoe the double flash, right? That's basically it. And the good part for Weibo Gaming, although it surrendered a first blood, they will still have the Corki available to use that package if they need to. And you look at Faye, he's already here.
I'll fight for the Rift Herald here for the side of WBG. I think this is very clever because they could use Shelly to go into the mid lane to get pressure in. Chain of Corruption already used up. Shelly connects or goes into the side of WBG. Wow. Now KBG Gaming has to pivot themselves to go into the Drake.
Right, and now WBG still has the opportunity to challenge this. They still have the Dragon's Descent. They still have a lot of pokes. So KBG knows this, and they're trying to keep away.
Yeah, and as we stated, right, this is very clever because WBG could put in Shelly into the mid lane and they could now go into the Infielder Drake to go for the contest. It will be KBG who secures the Dragon, and KBG Gaming need not to go for the team fight.
Yeah, that's 2 flashes. Although Weibo Gaming, of course, by getting this tower in the mid lane, they won't be successful though. Oh, that's sad because... okay, Zihan trying his best. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, so what happened there? Because the defenses of the tower plates was on, it took a long time for Zihan to take it down. And that mainly is the reason why what you want to do if you're trying to take down a tower. Wait, hang on. Are they going for the back door? Okay, never mind. They will still be successful. But yeah, just going back to the nuances of that game, right? Like of that interaction. What you want to do is to take off the first tower plate. Then by taking off the first tower plate, all the remaining plates and HP will be taken down by the Shelly. So it's not the other way around.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what happened there. But nevertheless, it is still WBG who gets the tower first blood. It will be gold injection towards the Varus as well, which is a good thing, a fantastic thing for the side of WBG.
Now this 1v1 still continues on the top side, and I think the KG is pretty much poised to win the top side, regardless of regardless of the state of the game. Just because you look at the Fiora against the Camille, it's always going to favor the in terms of dueling the Fiora. The Camille is better in a team fight scenario just because of the Hextech Ultimatum, and that's a trade-off that you go for if you go for the Camille.
And now the Ton is now going in for the invade along with Yu and Tialma. There's no information for the side of Weibo Gaming. But Jetchun going into the front lines here with Yu there, and they get information. Very quick reaction. WBG is still safe.
They can go for it. They cannot really go for an engage because one Glacial Fissure might just be able to deter this Shyvana and chunk him down to a point that he's going to be rendered useless. And now 7 minutes and 30. Tower plates are down. And Weibo Gaming in the lead. Very minute. Wait.
Hextech Ultimatum denied the repose, and now Fan has to use up the flash to go into that fight as well. KG is now stuck under the tier 1, and Zihan just did such a good job. And now the taunt comes through as well, but the onslaught of shadows and the Fan down very low. Yu and Xiaoma come to the backside. Hero's entrance to deny the engage from KBG Gaming. And now Yu is stuck with a shield of Duran. He's taunted, and he jumped to his teammate, but that's not enough. With the damage of WBG, they secure a double.
That's a 2-4-0, and that's the power of the Galio, right? With the Hero's Entrance available, KBG was not able to get a return kill after securing that first blood onto a Fiora, which, by the way, did a very sick parry, right? Like, he negated that Hextech Ultimatum, timed it perfectly. It wasn't enough, though, right? Because with the follow-through coming in for the Dragon of the Shyvana and Zihan, they are going to flash in. It's not going to stop them or deter them whatsoever. Now, this is the more important part, right? Zihan flashing away from the onslaught of shadows, so making sure that the fear will not connect. And the hero's entrance, of course, as we did say, will catch UU off guard. So instead of it being a 1-4-0, it ended as a 2-4-0 in the favor of Weibo Gaming.
It was so good. Microplay once again. It was so good for the side of WBG. And he minced it apart bit by bit, piece by piece. It was so amazing to watch out for the side of WBG. But this is already like one of the things that we have stated a while ago, how WBG always keeps up with these engages for the side of KT.RY Gaming. But one of the unexpected parts is these early games not being something that KBG looks for any favorability all throughout that 9 minutes that we've had so far.
That's their playstyle though, right? Like they're not really going to go for early game skirmishes that often nets you the advantage. How they get their advantages through pristine team fighting, all those 5v5s that we got to see in game number 1, but in game number 2 there's been no team fight at all. You have to remember that during that peripheral takedown, they were hesitating because of the package coming in from the Corgi. So this draft overall by Weibo Gaming, I'm saying this right now, like this is a genius draft against KBG.
Yeah, very genius draft. Now it will be Getchan who goes through with a shield at the ramp, but the time with a perfect time of the onslaught of Shadow. KBG secures the support of Weibo Gaming.
And more importantly, they got the package. Package is no longer available for the Corki, which means that this is the time for KBG to pounce.
Now KG looking to go in for the right flank here. Up insert maneuver for the side of KT.RY Gaming. As Stevie Trouble Bubble connects onto the Shyvana, a perfect signal for them to come through, but the Exec ultimatum will not be denied this time by the riposte, and WBG brought it back to an even number playing field in this team fight.
You have to still be careful, fan. Half on the duration of this dragon, so they are still very formidable. And Duanyo, again, as we say, is going to go for pokes. Yachan is here.
Going to the backside. It will be Xiaoma who will be the target. Zihan going in for the chase, gets exhausted. Not enough ability to catch up onto Xiaoma, but the dragon will be secured by Weibo.
Duanyu even using his flash just to make sure that there will be no return kill whatsoever. And Weibo Gaming gets the second dragon off the game. More importantly, denies the soul to happen for KBG. And they're targeting this tower here in the bot lane. Zihan, can he escape? I think he does have enough mobility here. And overall, in that team fight alone, I still favor Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, you still have the ability to really just come through, but thus far Weibo Gaming has been acting up very cleanly every single time for those fights. And a while ago it was KT.RY Gaming who had the advantage, but Weibo, from even the prior game, they were able to really look into loopholes of KT.RY Gaming's engages, and they turn the tides in their favor.
Right. And you kind of feel for Xiaoma, right? As a Sivir, oftentimes you will be able to at least run away from the opposition, but you cannot run away from Zihan. The Hextech ultimatum is just going to lock you down, especially with the hero's entrance being there. There's just no chance for him to retaliate. Now G-Chan has to be careful though.
WBG now being stuck with Jetchan in front. We'll be able to go out with the Justice Punch, but that's about it.
Right, and with the Wire Monks available, he will still be able to heal back up. And again, as the game progresses further, if Anran 9 will not be able to get those pickoffs as the Zoe, it will be harder for them to come back into this because Shyvana continues to scale up. And, you know, in the late game, Shyvana versus the Hecarim, you're trying to compare a horse to a dragon, right? So, I guess you know who's going to end up winning.
Well, of course, the dragon can, breathe fire. Definitely will win. But going back into a serious note here, yes, you have so much team fight prowess with the likes of Severe into the draft of KBG, but you always have to remember that WBG has an answer of their own. You have the hero's entrance to deny that engage, so it's consistently what Weibo Gaming is doing up against KBG that denies them of anything.
And shades of corruption as well, right? Like, one thing about Hecarim is, do you know where he's coming from? Right? Like, even if he uses his Onslaught of Shadows, you know what angle he will be coming from. Unlike the Lee Sin, for example, that can use the
Could
same
go
card.
anywhere. Yeah.
Exactly. Now Hecarim, he's going to. Okay, well that's the win condition for KBG, right? They have to rely on Unrun 9 being godly with all his folks. But yeah, just going back, right? Like the tone. If he ever goes in, regardless of how many move speed he has, Duan would hit him with the Chains of Corruption, and that should be enough, right? That's the goal here for the Varus. One Chains of Corruption, lock down the Hecarim, we can kill him.
Yeah, we could definitely do. And right now, it's KBG who's scouring, who's looking for value, who's looking for kills. And once again, Zihan Hextech Ultimatum out of KG denies that damage with the repose, and Zihan will get war spoils. We'll get scraps of war. Nothing in return.
No, as in 0 kills, but you see the idea, right? That the repose, by the way, reposting or parrying the meteor damage, because it's all about the damage. Hextech Ultimatum into Meteor Engine is definitely a cool interaction. I hope to see this in League of Legends PC one day, right? The Meteor Engine, because it's only here in Wild Rift.
Yeah, and it's only available into. I almost stated like it's only available to WBG, but it's only available to League of Legends Wild Rift as far. But it will be very interesting, because in League of Legends PC, it's like a complete item, right? It's not enchants that we have for Wild Rift.
Alright, so I looked into the items of the Duan Yu. Duan Yu has a flexible build. He does have the Edge of Night, but he does have the Essence of River. So it's more of the on-hit type. Does lack attack speed, but have to remember that when it comes to takedowns, if he ever gets one takedown, it adds attack speed onto the Varus. J-Chan.
Bit of an overextension, going for the Justice Spun, knocks up, and now the Great Shell Fisher will connect. A good kill coming from KBG to initiate on that fight. Here is this Dragon's Ascent going through, and the top will fall down. WBG removes the jungler for Keep Best Gaming, and now it's Duan Yu who looks for a perspective for more kills, but the damage of Severe is too much, and Anran 9 will just go in with a Proto Belt. We'll get a couple of kills. There's only one man left for Weibo.
Yeah, it's a 4-4-2, just because KG was able to isolate the Corki. It was the package. J-Chan, what is the guy thinking, right? He's overestimating his tankiness, and that is the only thing that, keep best gaming in the game, right? That's 2 picks in a row on towards the same target. And again, he cannot do this because the layering of crowd control is just too much, and doesn't have the Stasis Enchant, nor the Gargoyle's Enchant to actually just survive all those interactions. And you look at Xiaoma here, finally he is in his element. All that ricochets, all that poke damage coming in from Unrun 9 as well is just too much damage to the side of KBG. And we did not see, the amount of damage dealt here by the members of KBG, but I think Xiaoma was able to cross past the 5k damage threshold in just one T5 just because of, the amount of boomerangs that he was able to do in that fight.
It was a ton of damage. It was just so much. Plus, given the fact that you have Bloodthirster and also Navori Quick Blades, it will be such a good time because those damage are going to really hurt down Weibo Gaming from then on out. So WBG having a 4k gold lead now brought down 2k. It's KBG who's doing it.
By the way, J-Chan did have the Stasis Engine. He just was not able to use it because, again, the layering of the CCs, right? Glacial Fissure plus into the fear of the Onslaught of Shadows. Also, 3 items already completed to Duan Yu. He still is the primary carry for Weibo Gaming, at least in this game, because you look at his record, he's already 3-1-0. His only death was in that exchange alone, and now with 3 items with 3 items completed for Duan Yu, how would the next team fight look like against KBG is the question here, because so far all the team fights, it's been a 50-50. It just depends on execution, and so far no one really is in the lead.
Yeah, no one's in the lead thus far. Anything could turn out, right? In game number one dragon fight, not even the Elder, changed the whole game, and it was WBG who snagged out a win up against Keep Best Gaming in game 1. So once again, one team fight could change the whole thing.
Exactly, and Duan Yu, his folks will be needed here, especially against Xiaoma and Unrun 9. We all know that Unrun 9 is still very squishy. KBG's threatening this Elder Dragon. Is there a vision in the area? No, there's no ward in the area by Weibo Gaming. So yeah, KBG is doing a good job in controlling the vision around this Elder Dragon pit, which could spell the difference.
Yeah, and similarly, it is also KBG who doesn't have any wards onto the Elder Dragon's pit. They
Right.
have a better position though, which gives him a better advantage up against Weibo Gaming from here on out. But this Elder Drake will be pretty much a winning conditions from any of both these teams.
And the package is about to expire soon. Yeah, there you go. It expired. 0 impact for the package of A. That's the first package that just expired without it even being used by Weibo Gaming. So you still have to commend KBG. They stalled it to a point that one of the biggest wildcards when it comes to Dragon team fights is already out of the picture.
Now the Sun going into the Dragon's pit, having the
got
contact
it?
onto the Rev Scuttle. They got it. It's WBG who was able to take it down. And now it's KBG Gaming who has to retreat for now.
Yep.
And WBG just bought themselves a free vision into the Elder Dragon's pit.
Exactly, which could be massive here. And now on Rank 9, this problem. Oh wait, Jay-chan.
Jay-chan going in with a shield of
Whoa!
command. Gets the stack up onto the Dragon's descent. Xiaoma gets melted. And Weibo Gaming removes the damage of KBG Gaming.
I think that may just be it. That's all. He's recalling back. He wants to go back. He may just have the teleport available.
And
We're about
now
to find out
it's
soon.
KBG who wants to contest. The Elder Drake wants to buy time for their jungler to come through, but that's not enough. It's Weibo Gaming who takes the Elder Drake, and this is a signal for them to go into this fight, and it's KBG who has to back away.
Weibo Gaming with the Elder Dragon. I don't understand that tone, right? Like, he went back and thought for a second that Weibo Gaming will not call the bluff that, you know, KBG's jungler will still be there. They decided to flip it, and they had no information as to where that zone was. But as they say, pros don't fake.
Yeah, pros don't fake. Just commit. Don't let them know your next move.
Exactly, right? Although it's a Valorant thing, I'm going to copy their I would say their catchphrase. Now, with the Elder Dragon available to Weibo Gaming, I think it should be enough for them to force another team fight, and they should have the advantage for sure.
Forcing out the Baron Nashor already. KBG has information about this. Going
There's
into the
a
game,
Fisher.
Fisher Jetchan is in danger. Has to force out a flash to run away and keep us gaming. In the same manner, Xiaoma is down low.
Yeah, Warmog's available to the Galio plus the Hero's Entrance as well. Fan has to be careful.
Now Zihan has sights onto Yu as well. The Taunt could pivot themselves, go into that fight. Baron Nashor is down low, and they will not be able to steal it away. It's WBG who gets the Baron, who has the Elder, and now it's Weibo Gaming who is poised to finish this game.
That's the wrong turn. That's the base of Weibo Gaming. And Weibo Gaming gets the Baron buff, which in turn they can use to push down towers of KBG. I think that may just have done it. That is the separation that WBG needs. You have to credit Weibo Gaming. Toe-to-toe. They battle against KBG, and when it comes to all those 50-50s, their execution is a lot better.
So good, and thus far WBG with this untraditional draft from the current running meta that we have seen all throughout season 2 has been so much more of a benefit for them, but thus far KBG Gaming is keeping up. They do not want to let this game off without a fight.
Yep. Package still available for Faye, and the goal for Weibo Gaming is pretty much simple at this point. They want to take down all the towers that are available to be farmed here by Weibo, and KBG on the defense. What can they do?
909 CP Trouble Bubble connects onto Jetchan, but this is tower defense game for now, right? KBG Gaming has to protect the inhib turrets and doesn't need to overextend, because once they do, WBG could respond.
Faye gets the tower on the top side, and the next goal is this mid lane tower. Even the bot lane tower is about to be destroyed here by WBG.
Can KBG defend? And now the Geisha Fisher connects. The Ton use up the onslaught of shadows, but good stasis and chat. It's bot time for Shyvana to run away, but Xiaoma answers back. There will be a kill for the side of KBG Gaming to remove the jungler for WBG.
At least it still is a successful defense for KBG. They bought themselves enough time. 36 minutes is waving here, Infinity. But one of
You
the
think so?
one of the premier reasons why KBG was not able to come back into that 36 minutes game is because inhibitors, they don't respawn in Wild Rift. If we are past a certain point, I believe it was 19 minutes, yeah? If we are already past 19 minutes, once the inhibitor tower gets broken, it doesn't respawn back. So now, with that said and done, Weibo Gaming has a natural pushing wave on the top side. That's on.
Onslaught of Shadows already used. Jetchon wants to be caught up by his time Keep Best Gaming, but Jetchon's too tanky to be able to burst down, and now ultimate is lost by the taunt.
Yeah, desperation play coming in from KBG. They wanted J-Chan. Oh no!
Fisher onto Z-Han, has to use up the hero's entrance, but that's enough time. And now the Chain of Corruption connects onto UU, but you can't just burst down the Braum just like that. And KBG bought themselves a numbers advantage.
Ooh, UU MVP. Did you see that UU special? Glacial Fisher onto the primary target. Now Fan is going to get sleeped on. Okay, at least he has enough resistances and tenacity to get away without a scratch. But KBG is now feeling that they have the advantage just because of the man down on the side of Weibo.
Yeah, the man down, the out to buy time. Z-Han is nowhere to be found, and Elder Drake is now up. And now it's really good because KBG now has a little bit more breathing room to defend those top lanes with the super minions. But Weibo Gaming now committing onto the Elder Drake. J-Chun is down low though. And Kwan has information. They still have the Scryers. Bloom and R9 going for the streaming trouble bubble. Has to use up the QSS, and now TP's coming in. The Elder Drake is down low. 4k HP remaining. Zion comes in to fray. Perfect timing for them, but now they pivot themselves. Keep Best Gaming removes Zion as soon as he got down with a TP. He got deleted.
Faye is possibly poised to take down another tower, but that is not a trade-off that you want to have, especially with UU being here to defend. This Elder Dragon might just be able to do it for KBG.
Yeah, John now being chased out. Justice Punch not paying off as the body block is there for Datan, and the damage from Minor 9 is too much. And now WBG has lost every single one of their members.
Right.
And now it's Corky on the run. It's just about time to be delayed of that recall. It's KBG who's looking to end this. They want game number 3, and with the Nexus that foil, it's KBG that brings it to distance in this series.
Showing their championship experience, Keep Best Gaming is still alive, forces a game number 3 here, Infinity.
Forcing out
a
game
good game.
number 3. It's an amazing layering that KBG did. You know what? They forced out the fight onto Jetchan, not successful, and then pivot themselves onto Zihan. It was so good.
That catch onto Zihan was the play of the day for sure. Play of the game. It was UU, right? His Glacial Fisher. Have to remember that the Glacial Fisher, if it attaches onto you and you're the first one that got hit, the amount of crowd control that is available to it, you know, the knockup time, it's doubled. So that's why there's no moving whenever you get hit with a Glacial Fisher. And the problem there was there's no stasis engine for him, just cause he prioritized the teleport in the macro sense of things. So KBG was still able to find a late game team fight win, and it was not even a team fight to begin with, right? Like it was not a 5v5. Weibo Gaming did not respect all in potential coming in from KBG, and when they are being pressed onto a corner, KBG is at their deadliest.
Yeah, they have On the Hunt with the Severe. They have Unrun 9 with the CP Trouble Bubble. Datan has Onslaught of Shadows. UU has a Glacial Fisher. It's just too much CCs that they have when it comes to these long-range fights, when it comes to these pokes. And as you have stated, Weibo Gaming did not respect these distance having been covered by Datan so easily, how they have so much long-range CCs.
Yeah. UU, man, and Unrun 9, like they although they have the in totality, if you look at that team fight, if you look at that game, KBG has contribution from all their members. But I feel that UU was really the MVP. We'll see though. It's so, I mean, you can give it to Unrun 9. Unrun 9 was deathless, was immortal, 4-0 and 8. And now we are going into a game number 3. This is why it's so hard to win against KBG, because even with 3 inhibitors down, they will still be able to find their team fight, right? Now, for Weibo Gaming, this is going to be a hard lesson to swallow, a hard pill to swallow, because they did everything right. I mean, you look at the objective takedowns, right? They were able to take down the Elder and the Baron as well, but it did not help them finish up the game.
Yeah, it was a lot of time being lost, and the idea was good by the side of Weibo, but it was too difficult. And Corky was not on that fight as well.
Right.
They pivoted themselves into, you know what, we're relying on you, Shyvana, to do miracle work to get that steal, and we're just gonna push into the mid lane, because if we get the Elder, we'll win. But it was just so much disadvantage when it comes to the numbers game. But Anran getting the MVP title with what, 53k damage?
Yeah, he still is way above the competition in terms of damage. But more importantly, did you see the graphic between Yu and J-Chan? It was 11 assists to 3 assists.
Yeah.
My vote stays the same. It's Yu.
It's Yu. We'll see if Yu can do the same plays that he did in game 2 that won KBG their game. We're just gonna take a short break. When we come back, it's a final matchup in this series on who's gonna take the series down for themselves.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Step light, strike hard. Crack 'em like a tomb.
The deciding match is just up ahead. It's KBG up against WBG this time around on game 3 of the series.
Always a game number 3 for KBG. You cannot just win a 2-0. They're not going to give it for free. And now Weibo Gaming, they have a tough task, right? Like, Weibo Gaming had a very, I would say, their chances of winning that game was close to 90%, right? Just by being able to secure the Elder and the Baron and then getting the inhibitor tower on the top side. But it ended in a collapse of communication. It was pretty much the KBG show that we kind of expected. And Unrun 9 on the Zoe, still very formidable, was the MVP of game number 2. So I won't be surprised if Weibo Gaming takes it away from him.
Yeah, and game number 1 ended with the Dragon's Pit. Game number 2 ended with the Dragon's Pit. Will this will this game end with the Dragon's Pit again?
I don't know, like Dragon is a jinx maybe.
Yeah, it's the Dragon's curse.
Yeah, Dragon enjoys them going down.
Watches them fall.
Oh man. Okay, so KG, they will be going for the Fiora. No, not Fiora, but the Camille. I'm so used to KG playing the Fiora that it's always a surprise that when given the option, they will still go for the Camille. And although, it is very much understandable, especially with how Zihan played it. At least 90% of that game, he was doing it, or he was controlling it so well. Just so happened that, in the most opportune moment, KBG sent out the crowd control that basically sent this into game number 3. Another Varus for Duan Yu.
Yeah, they're doubled. They went for the double down onto Varus once again in game number 2, and yes, Duan Yu did a little bit more work, but there's just lacking when it comes to damage. If you saw the graph, it was under 9 a while ago that brought 53k damage for KBG. Even in game number 1 was so much, and the big mystery right now for Weibo's graph is where is the damage gonna come from?
I don't want to say, I don't want to say that they lack damage, but rather it's just Unrun 9's numbers were bloated in a way. Have to remember that he's poking down J-Chan over and over again, and then J-Chan will heal back up using the Warmog. And then there's going to be another round of poke. So, although the damage raw numbers, if you're going to look at it, yeah, sure, Unrun 9's damage is superior, but I still feel that the best chance for Weibo Gaming in winning is for them to go for their comfort picks. In Varus being the comfort pick here by Duan Yu, you saw it, right? Like he was 3-0 on the Varus, a pick that no one else plays. So I like this. I don't fault Weibo Gaming in going for the Varus. The only question is this still going to be the double marksman for Faye? Are they going for a curveball here? Like, for example, going for the Gwen to try to control the side lane?
It could definitely be, because right now it's still a very flexible draft, right? Aatrox could go into the jungle, Aatrox is going to go into the top lane from what we have seen over the past day and even the past series that we've had, but KBG locks in onto Zeri.
Chama is not going for the Sivir, which is...
Oh!
What?
Garen!
Zihan! Oh, and then you have the Gwen, right?
Oh, Gwen comes into the mid lane. What a flip of script here. WBG... Garen, is this the first time we're seeing Garen
I think it's
throughout season 2?
Nah, it's going to be not the first time. I saw Garen get picked once before, but it's so rare nowadays that whenever it gets locked down, it's a surprise to everyone. But Zihan, wait, Datone is going to play Jace? It's not a Datone pick, that is for sure. But this is one way to control the Aatrox. Remember when we said that one way to control the Aatrox is by poking him away of team fights. If he's less than half health, he's not going to enter the team fight at all.
Yeah, this will be such an interesting game, right? Jay's going into the side of KBG, I believe, and then you have the Garen on the opposite side. It's such this series overall is a good change of pace and a new flavor in season.
That's true. And I can't wait. Weibo Gaming is stuck into the old meta, right? Like they still pick the Varus, they still pick the Garen, but if there is a team that can make it work, it's them. Surely.
Yeah. Weibo Gaming, we'll see how they will maneuver around the ref, how they could manage a draft that they've had with both these teams, as we are moments away from the deciding match of KBG and Weibo Gaming.
You know what? I'll be so happy to see the Garen's big sword executing Unrun 9. Because he was immortal, right? He was 0 deaths in game number 2. And then imagine the tilt, right? In game number 3. He's about to be deathless once again, and then Faye is going to play the Garen mid lane. No!
Garen mid lane. Oh, this is so hard. Like,
it's so funny though if you think about it, right?
It is.
Okay, so Unreal 9 is the better mid laner, but there's no better mid laner if you're facing against the Garen.
Garen, yeah, 100%. But I feel like this will be a little bit more difficult, right?
Right.
In comparison to a Gwen mid lane, wherein you have a little bit more of
Exactly.
that range access. This is not exactly the same thing, right? It's like Garen up against Zoe. I just can't imagine how Faye's gonna have like a very hard time in the early game phase.
It's all about surviving, right? Just as long as he sustains, he gets enough levels, yeah. By the time that they rotate onto the side lane, he will have enough threat on his own, right? Like, and you know, at this point, I don't think he maximized the spin. You go and max your decisive strike, which is basically the silence. Because that's the way you control the mid game, right? You know, a well-placed silence against the Zoe, that's it. That's good night. And then, you know, there are only a few champions in the game that has the silence functionality to them. Garen is one of them, of course. So it's going to be interesting as to how it will turn out. You had to flash away.
Yeah, it's so close. He did not. The piercing arrow will just be sponged up by the Alistar. But I was thinking, right?
Right.
This is pretty much just Kiri crafting, but wouldn't Kassadin be much more
effective? Of course. Of course it is. But what's easier to use?
Okay. A fair argument. A fair argument.
And also, you know, you don't have to wait for level 15 or level 13 to be effective as a Garen. At level 5, you already have that kill threat. Again, silence. And of course, Demolition Justice will also be there. So, yeah. Just to answer your question, and that I think is the reason why, you know, Garen is never going to be out of the meta. The only time that the Garen is going to be out of the meta is if it's going to be a double marksman composition. But
and going in with Jetchan, using up the flash with the shield of the red, and Yu is stuck under the turret as WBG secures first blood.
That's a good first kill for Weibo Gaming, and although the first, I think the first Darken Blade did not connect. Let's look at that once again, right? Okay.
Flash.
So Jay-chan using the flash.
Oh, yeah, did not connect. Yeah, you're right.
But that's okay, right? No, never punished. WBG still able to get the first blood here, first blow here in the bot lane, and on the top side, Zihan going against KG. And we thought that Zihan will be playing the Garen. No, he wants to fight sword with the
scissors.
Wait, scissors.
Scissors.
So these are like the two champions that we have that does have the scissors, right? Like, you have KG with a scissor kick, and then Zihan with the scissors.
Yeah. Leg blade. A leg scissors. I don't know.
Yeah. It's it's the scissor kick, right? Like those are the tactical sweep. Technically, is, you know, acting like a scissors, but Zihan. Oh, he's been so impressive so far for Weibo Gaming. Definitely a breath of fresh air compared to Beijing Sika. I was a noted hater of Sika just because he throws away advantages on the top side. At least Zihan can win on his own. So that's a very good side. Yeah.
Like capitalizes the advantage and balloons it into much more.
Exactly.
And
look at this.
I feel like it's Zihan as well who played the macro play up against KG a while ago. That when KG reset, we did not take note of it. It's a very, very minute thing. But Zihan went back into the lane and let the wave push. So it was KG who had a disadvantage coming back into the lane because he has to overextend.
Yeah, lane control. A couple of things that needs to be mastered by all pro players, magnified even further by the CN Baron laners, right? Like, that's basically it. And the question about how will they, I would say, survive against Unrun 9 so far is doing a great job. I mean, you look at the gold disparities, it's not even 500, it's just 300. And, you know, if it's that low, then the Garen is okay.
Yeah, and I think it's also the utilization of the passive, right? You regen back your HP time and time again. You're really just tanking, and also the skill that gives you access to defensive capabilities into those fights that keeps you up.
They have a very good ward here, by the way. They have information as to what Unrun 9 and Yu is planning to do. This is WBG's vision control in full display right now. But Duanyu has to be careful because he doesn't have the Edge of Night yet. And, you know, without the Edge of Night, it's so scary to face against the Zoe that can just bubble you to death.
He is, but Duanyu understands that, right? That we cannot go for even a little bit of an extension and overstep.
Yeah.
Because if we do, Under 9 can punish. So that is the reason why he just plays under the turret. So a very, very disciplined maneuver. But Yu and the Tom pays a visit off the Jetchan. Just his punch will not connect. And has to force out the flash to back away.
Yeah, J-Chan is really not having the best day so far. Duanyu has to be careful!
Those HP bars are just getting deleted left and right. And Renai's damage is too much at the moment. Jetchan is on the front lines, has information. Yu forces out the flash. The knockback, Jetchan is down low. But that will be the hero's entrance. That will put them back to safety. Under 9 will miss the paddle star. So a good thing coming from Jetchan. But right now, Rip Farrell will be in contention. It's KBG, it's Satan who will get it for themselves, and now Zihan will be chased out, will be punished by KBG.
And that's also picks after picks. The chase down potential by KBG. They will be getting more kills for themselves. KBG wins that team fight.
The fight was not over. It's Keep Best Gaming who wants more kills, who wants more advantage, and that they were able to take out.
Let's look into that replay. Yeah, it went all in. Rift Herald goes over to KBG, and this is already Weibo Gaming getting chunked to less than half health. Most of their members were already bleeding in health bars, and this is what we're talking about, right? That the poke composition by KBG, they're so good at utilizing it.
Yeah, and Under 9 once again just being that detriment for the side of WBG that you cannot access this objective for themselves. That was so close, but that smite that was perfect for the time.
Right, that was indeed so close. And had it been that Duanyu was able to steal that, then WBG's morale will definitely be, you know, recovered after suffering that heartbreaking teamfight loss in the Reteral. But we've seen this picture in game number 1, right? KBG was able to control game number 1 for majority of that game. It did come down to one teamfight loss, and one teamfight loss was what was needed by WBG to actually just end up the game. So we'll see. It's not yet over for Weibo.
It's not yet over, but this far, KBG getting a 3k gold lead currently is massive for them. Considering they also have, you know, Zoe, you have Zeri, and you also have Jace. This gold injection, this gold lead accelerates the advantage that they have over Weibo.
Yeah, and they don't have the Sivir to really accelerate this Aatrox to attach himself onto the Zeri. And even if he does, right, like Zeri is one of the more mobile champions that we have in the game, right? Like you can traverse over walls, which is basically unique to her. So I just don't think that Xiaoma will feel threatened by the all-ins of Weibo Gaming. If anything, maybe it's Unrun 9 that they want to target. But so far, all the attempts towards Unrun 9, they've not been successful. Right? Like, this is more of him being able to really know the maximum, you know, the maximum potential of this champion.
Now the Ton has information along with the rest of the crew by KBG that WBG is waiting over the horizon. Yu going with a proto build along with a flash. The knockback is there. Fan is isolated, has to force out a world ender, but a chain of corruption is the answer. Back KBG lost Jace. And now it will be Weibo Gaming, though, who has to retreat into their own jungle with KBG having a massive gold lead up against them. Too much damage.
In the end, like the double carry of KBG was still alive. Xiaoma getting the assassination onto Fan was so good. And as long as Xiaoma and Unrun 9 is alive, the chances of KBG winning team fights will definitely be up there. But I don't think that they were able to get the kills. I believe it was Yu that was able to get the 2 kills here. By the way, Fan getting caught out of position. And again, Xiaoma just waiting on the corner and then just basically flashed in. And with Yu there once again with the Yu special on the Alistar, it's always a pleasure to see this player play, right? Like every time I see him play, especially on the Alistar, he makes, you know, crazy work.
Oh, Zihan. One thing to go in for the outplay, has to use up the flash, but KG is still running it back. Fan going in with a world ender. The hookshot is there, but Fan will be able to go in for the chase.
Okay,
the passive might be able to save him, but that will be Fan taking that kill, and Yu missing out the knockup. WBG.
Huh? That's a good swing back, and that's desperately needed by Weibo Gaming, right? Like getting that kill on the top lane and also getting the tower, just to minimize the gold lead that KBG is already surmounting for themselves. But you know, in return, KBG is actually getting resources elsewhere in the map. You look at Unrun9, he's now rotated over to the mid lane just because he has already pushed the bot lane tower. And then if you're Weibo Gaming, they still have to do that like 2 consecutive times in order for them to be fully back into this game, because you look at the lead, it's already 4,000 in the advantage of KBG.
Yeah, and thus far they are consistently ballooning this, right? A while ago it was 3k gold lead, right now it is a 4k gold lead, and that amount of gold, the lion's share is going towards the side of Under 9. 1.8k gold lead, and this is one of the disadvantage that we have stated a while ago on having the Garen in favor, or rather Garen matchup up against Zoe, the range advantage on the lane matchup, and along with the ability for Under 9 to just go in for those pokes is being shown and prevalent coming to game 3.
Yeah, you take out the health bars of Fan, the Aatrox, and he will hesitate to go in. That's the goal for this pro composition. This is one way to control the Aatrox. We've seen this time and time again. And you look at Fan. It's so sad to be him right now.
Yeah, now Fan, that CB Trouble Bubble connected, already down to half HP. So much HP advantage right now for Keepest.
And then that's an easy takedown. This is... I'm really surprised as to why other teams are not doing this to the Aatrox pickup. Because this is basically the way to do it, especially if you take away the Severe. The only reason why this is the Severe Aatrox is so reliable is because with enough move speed, you can mow down all this poke composition that the other team is trying to do. But if you take away the Severe, there will be no follow-up to the Aatrox, and they won't be able to reach the backline, or he won't be able to reach the backline just in time, and the pokes will just come in over and over again.
Distance covered, right? That's pretty much the advantage that is giving with a Severe pick. So much distance being covered, and that extra mobility allows Aatrox to just shine to those team fights. And right now, going back into this game, it's just 5k gold lead in advantage for Keepest Gaming. Ocean Drake coming up and Baron Nashor coming up, or right now available already into the matchup. This could be KBG that they could utilize to play mind games.
Right. Zero vision around the area, and they are maximizing the dark areas. J-Chen has the place check. Oh, on run.
Yo goes in isolation onto Galio, and Galio has to force out the flash, stay alive. That will be the HP advantage for the side of KBG.
Right, and also J-Chen still has a Hero's Entrance left unused. Can back up his team, so wisely just backs away and goes for the full reset. Meanwhile, Faye is absorbing damage here by KBG. This is the problem with the Garen, right? Like you are pretty much a telegraph tank. You have to go in. But at least that's something positive for Weibo Gaming. They have champions that can check, you know, the dark areas, specifically the Garen, specifically the Galio. So it's not just going to be the Galio to do that front.
And now CP Trouble Bubble. It's just so much damage, right? Just one CP Trouble Bubble?
Right, exactly.
He moves the HP bars of Aatrox. Jet now stuck with Hextech Ultimatum, but they have to force out the return as Z-Hunt comes through. It's a perfect time. KG still alive though. So no answer back by Weibo.
Right, and again, rinse and repeat for KBG. That's the only thing that they have to do. They just have to poke down all the members of Weibo Gaming, specifically Fan. How many times have we seen this, right? Fan being poked away, and it's over before even the fight started, right? Like, this is pretty much the one of the best ways to control the Aatrox, which is really surprising because KBG is doing it.
Yeah.
When will the other teams do it, is the question.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point, right? The Zoe, there's just so much CCs, right? The pokes that they have is very strong, rather, right? Very formidable thus far, and it's KBG who's able to look into the perspective that, you know what, this is one of the counters for Aatrox.
Yeah, it's so effective, right? Like, you look at the holistically, or the bigger picture, and KBG will just be continuing to do this. And right now they're faking it, right? Like, they want WBG to face check. They don't have vision. They will be using their engine at least to get information. So yeah, that is one of the ways to check it.
Ooh,
Oh, thanks to
Duan Yu
ultimatum.
with a piercing arrow into under 9. A lot of damage. Zihan already down low, but denies it as KG doesn't want to overextend. It's Faye who jumps into the back. Hero's entrance though denied that big engage from KBG to go in. That's a counter attack. But right now it's Jetchan who's down low and so much both
good sidestep.
He's able to live much longer.
Right, and Duan Yu still alive, does not have enough mana though. WBG scrambling in numbers, and now KBG setting their sights over towards the Baron, and again, zero vision. Here in this Baron pit will just mean one thing: KBG secures it without any casualty.
WBG a bit too late coming into the Baron's pit, and that will be Keep Us Gaming securing the objective.
And finally, KBG will have the separation that they want and they need, and Unrun 9 does have the extra flash available to be burnt here as well. The tone,
I like this transition though. Coming from WBG, they want an Ocean Drake, they want something in return, but Keep Us Gaming has info already. They were able to go in for reset.
Ooh, good catch.
Knockback coming from Yu, and that will be the isolation target onto Fan. And with no more jungler left, WBG is just carried across the map to just look for wins, look for values, but Keep Us Gaming removes them in the face of the rift. So much prowess.
2 letters. Yu says GG. And that's it. KBG will just go for the push.
Now KBG looking to end this. This is what they wanted. This is what they needed to go in and change the CN leaderboard. And with the Nexus who falls, Keep Us Gaming reverse sweeps Weibo Gaming.
KBG still very formidable, and I love to see this. This is back into their championship ways, right? Like, they're going to dissect you methodically and will not give you any ounce of openings. And with that said and done, that's an improvement to the record of Weibo Gaming. I believe they're now part of the top 4 teams, or maybe I think it's just the 4. They have equal the number of wins that EDG was able to get at 7, and it's the separation that they need, compared to the other members or to the other teams that really wants to qualify for themselves to the playoffs.
Yeah, you're right. They have already secured the top 4 position because FPX has 7 wins and 4 losses, but they're currently on +6, and KBG with that. Oh yeah, wait, it's even level playing field up against FPX, right? So it will be a better option for KBG since they're not even with WBG now, but this pretty much sustains them into the playoffs.
Meanwhile, WBG goes down to 6 wins and 6 losses, which is pretty much a dangerous position to be in, right? I think the magic number to qualify yourself to the playoffs is 7 wins. As soon as... Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this, Infinity Fan?
I am.
3.7k damage dealt as an Aatrox.
It's a little bit unfortunate, right? Because he was consistently controlled, and this is because of Enra 9. Enra 9 was pretty much the one who was in front of denying Fan anything from that game.
Yeah, bubble connects and that's it, right? Like even the Jays will have enough pokes, and again, with enough pokes, once the Aatrox health bars is at less than half health, he will not go in. He will not dare to even show himself up into an objective team fight, and that's been the recipe for success for KBG, especially with Yu's calling to go for unexpected engages. It just throws off WBG as a whole, and I feel bad for WBG that they had to face their version of KBG, because even in game number 1 they were so remarkable.
Yeah, and as you called it, Yu was the cow, the not the goat, because Alistair's not a goat. Anyways, but Yu was definitely one of the person to look at coming into game 3, because those unexpected flashes, the plays that he was able to do to just set up the team and get an isolation target was so good.
Yeah, it's Yu special, the Yu special from Yu to GG, and that's what happened there. And although you may credit Unrun 9 all throughout that game as well, just by being able to again poke away the Aatrox. It's still so obvious that this Aatrox can be countered by all this poke composition. Just as long as you ban away or take away the severe, it's an easy solution.
Yeah, it's an easy solution, but with that said and done, it will be today's matchups. That will be the final series that we have for today. KBG securing the win up against WBG with a reverse sweep. But priorly, it will be Nova Esports who takes the win up against CES in a 2-0 dominating win. And KT.RY doing the same thing up against INV.
Yeah, it's this is the match results. No 2-0s all across the board, but it's fine, right? It's a very entertaining match number 3, and this is definitely going to shake up the standings that we are about to show to everyone right after this. This is the standings for the CN conference. Number 1 and number 2, Thunder Talk, Trace Esports, and then EDG, FPX, and KBG basically has separated themselves from the crowd right now. Now Nova is actually part of the top 6 after that, or after securing a win earlier, pushing down Weibo Gaming. So, what do you think will end up, qualifying themselves at the playoffs? Will it be WBG J Team, Woohoo, or JDG?
It's really difficult to tell, but
yeah.
I'm looking at the J Team. I was hoping that they could enter playoffs because it's not about the performance that they did, but the thing is they were the second runner-up in season 1, and I feel like not having them go into the playoffs is really unfortunate.
It's a crime, right? Yeah. I think the J Team with all their new players is also a very exciting team to watch, but experience-wise, chemistry-wise, I still feel that Weibo Gaming will have it. Now on the Apex side, Invade was the one who played today. 0-10, 20. Yeah, it's a 20 games lose streak. It's so sad to see them that way, but that's what happens in this level of competition. If you're not ready, you're going to get pounced on. And now Team Flash, Penal, and Buriram United, they round up the top 5 to 8. Meanwhile, of course, our top 4 teams, it's still set in stone. And as we did say, and as we did predict, KT.RY is the new number 1.
Yeah, they will reach the top, the pinnacle. This is one of their positions way back in week 1 and week 2. They're just redeeming it back. But once again, G2 Blacklist, they could still make it through and snag away the top 1 position because they are 2 game difference with KT.RY. But one of the struggles is EDG that they have to face off tomorrow in series number 1.
Yeah, that's a must watch, right? Like G2 Blacklist against EDG, followed by Naos against Woohoo Gaming. So it's a back-to-back PH quad. And then last game will be FPX versus J Team. So J Team again struggling to, wanting to be part of the playoffs. So does WHC. So those are the 2 teams that we'll be looking forward to seeing how they will perform tomorrow.
And for the final series that we have for tomorrow, we have FPX up against J Team, and once again a very important series because these are some of the teams that are fighting for the playoff spot.
Yeah, they are our teams to watch for sure. But again, that's the end of our day number 2 for week 7 Infinity.
Yeah, definitely a massive day. So much surprising things that came through into the day series that we've had. But that's it for now. A series over, and KBG took it away. But once again, I'm Infinity. This is Atlas together with me. We're just gonna say goodbye for now, but we will return tomorrow for more action of Wild Rift.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.